tap. Welcome to a new wave of thinking. You're here with Akshita Veda L and El Yagar.
New wave of thinking.
It's we the people of the Empire of Nubia. Get ready to open your mind, sit back and unwind to take in the discussion, to prepare us to win. We are sovereign. We are law. We coming with concepts here that are fundamental building blocks, focusing on principles, thoughts, and beliefs. We're here to shake you up, to wake you up. Islamism. The masses is suffering with temporary mental illness of cognitive dissonance.
Open up your mind.
We are speaking from experience, various perceptions, while we maintain effective communication in the lines of respect.
Of thinking.
Our thoughts become connected through human cognition, which is the process of acquiring new information and understanding based on personal experience and relatable topics of discussion. We are the currency of the know, knowledge, wisdom through love, bringing peace, justice, and truth as we gain freedom. Freedom in the mind.
Open up your mind.
Freedom of the mind.
It's divine.
To be one in unity, togetherness, you and me. We become
It's
we, and we are the change that we want to see. It is our time now,
wave of thinking.
so come and get ready
New wave
as we
of thinking.
bring a new wave of thinking.
It's a new wave of thinking. New wave
Islam,
of
Islam,
thinking.
Islamism.
Islamism, greetings, and high heaven to you and you and you and you. How are you, Sunstar? Yeah.
I'm very well, Star. The way you just said that, and you reminds me of my aunts when I was a child, and they would come into the house and speak to us, and it was you, because nobody could, well, nobody's loved more than the next one. Not
Right.
saying you don't love your own children, but when you got them in the house like that, everybody is your child, from your brother,
Yes.
your cousins, whatever. So when they spoke to us, it was like it was the grandest time of our life. I appreciate the way you just said that. It took me back there.
Okay, see, that was for you then, because I've never done that before. So there's an example of being in the right spirit at the right time and allowing a spirit to come through and greet you.
Yes, ma'am.
We
Yes,
didn't
ma'am.
seance. We didn't do any type of anything to call upon any spirits. The spirits are those our ancestral spirits are welcome, and it's so interesting that that would be how we start this conversation tonight. This is episode 24, and we are bringing our ancestors into the mix in this conversation, and so they're already here and they're ready to hear if you receive the proper message to give.
So anything that most of what I say, and this is a hard, confusing way to explain it, but it's for thought, and it's for a self perspective within that thought. And so, in tonight's question of 3,000 years ago, our ancestors, we as a society have what advancements have we made? What have we produced? What has improved us in relationship to other beings? Not so much a can and a can opener, because when we look at technology that way, we find out that a lot of those advancements came from wars. Because if you want to talk about preserving food, they always say a glass jar. And I know I grew up in a house with this glass called ball, and people were supposed to preserve their food within this ball glass. So by the time you get to cans, cans are military. And isn't it funny that at the same time you get cans, you get can openers? Guess you can't have one without the other. So that's an advancement. However, it was done from a military perspective, which how many lives were lost in order to have that sort of achievement? And most of the stuff that we could talk about technologically, outside of the advancement of our individual selves, are going to be things. But if you study history for what it was, study the past for what it was, if you listen to old movies, if you listen to the Bible correctly, the type of political conversations we are having today on all levels were the same type of political conversations that they was having back then. So when we talk about analyzing ourselves, what is so different about us compared to yesterday that makes us, and some people like the term civilized. The world likes the term civilized. Are we more civilized than our ancestors were 3,500 years ago? That, and I don't like the word civilized, I use discipline, but that is the crux of the question. Are we more civilized than our ancestors 35? Are we more civil to, are we nicer to each other? Do we have more respect for each other than our
No,
ancestors at oh, see? And so
no. It's like we went backwards as a people. We went backwards to like we completely forgot who we are and the dignity that we stood with and for. And um I see people doing it, but they're not even doing it right. And so because I look like this, you think what? But then when I speak well, and that is sometimes it blows people mind just the way they say, hi, how are you? I say, I'm well, thank you. How are you? That simple thing right there blows people's mind. I
you're
can see
so articulate.
yeah,
You
right. You have
speak well.
I've had people bring me like they're like, you have to meet her. Um, You know what I'm saying? And then we're like, see, I told you. They be having this conversation right in my face. I told you, see, she speaks so well. And I'm like, what did you expect me to speak like? See, so that lets me know I've always known that I was different. And it came to my memory the other day, a few weeks ago, that I was never accepted as black. I was always called the white girl. um that the black culture, they never accepted me. They always saw me as different, and so I am different, though. I'm very different. And no, I'm not black, because what is black? Black is what comes out of ghettos and projects. You know what I'm saying? Off well, and this is no knock against those social services, because I too have used them. You know what I'm saying? And they were beneficial to my household. So I'm not knocking the use of those in kind services. What I'm saying is that mindset of black was established as a project in the projects, what they call the ghettos, and they were always within a 4 block radius of environment and living, and there were always uh police patrol, excuse me, who were known as friendlies, who frequented the neighborhoods, keeping tabs and bringing back reports, getting to know the people. I see this one police officer on social media, and he's made friendly with a family of children, and he videos how he buys
Interact.
them things and interacts with them, and they, when they see him, they run to him, and they stand, and their mother doesn't mind them talking at the vehicle with this man. And because he's a police officer, he does things for them and helps them, and he documents all of this on social media. So say for instance, that's a whole ploy. I'm not saying that's what this man is doing, but I'm saying it's a you become vulnerable to a predator who's very patient, right? And so I just wanted to bring that to light. And just because people are wearing uniforms does not signify who they are in their personal thoughts, in their personal life. You know what I'm saying? So we can't trust people just because they're in uniforms. And sometimes we can trust people in uniform. It's just a matter of what energy they're operating in. And you gotta know that. But I just don't you don't see that very often. You know what I'm saying? So say something happens, and he was wanting to see all the videos, and everybody praises him for being who he is, and the whole time he's the one who should be looked at for the crime. But nobody's looking at him because he's a police officer, and he did all these nights, and he was on camera with them all the time. So
Sounds like
we
he was
still
backing himself up with a good image, just in case anything happens, he can point out all the good stuff for him. So
right,
yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
right.
And
Mm,
so and that, but then for him, in order for him to place himself in that situation, then something is lacking within that home, within that neighborhood where the father's at. If there's
mm-hmm.
children here, there should be fathers standing here. And so when
Right.
we compare ourselves to the past, we know that the mother and fathers were together because Abraham and his children was together, and their children was together, and Noah loaded his family up on a boat. So you know that the parents were in the home back in the day. Jesus was born in a manger and Joseph was there and he didn't even know if the boy was his. So you know, but the families were together and they did not find every little reason to break up and split the family up and destroy the social fabric of what should make us more
Mm-hmm.
advanced as a people than where we are today.
Absolutely. Okay. So I was like, families divided has made a major impact on the community. Um, that's one part of division that has not been impactful, you know, towards the nation, you know, and that's one that now that's real funny how the fathers are in jail or in prison or dead due to the society, and then the ones who are left to look after those families are in uniforms. You know what I'm saying? And so some of them may have entered the job just to be that, to a community. So it's not all bad. You know what I'm saying? It's just that I believe that we have to always look at both sides of things so we don't so we can learn to discern what is what, and you cannot discern what you're not familiar with. If it's something unfamiliar, it's going to take you a while, and if it's taking you a while, then it's given time for things to progress. If you are familiar, you snip things in the bud, when it doesn't feel right. So yeah, families divided has made a major impact on our community, and that is a that's not an advancement from where we were just even 50, 60 years ago,
Yes,
let alone
ma'am.
3,000 years ago.
Yes.
3,000 years ago, there wasn't even a United States. There wasn't any. Everyone was living off of nature. There was no
Maternally.
maternal, yes, and it was a matriarchal society because the mothers are. I mean, think about how families that like your family, for instance. You know it from experience. You know, you can tell those stories or give those examples because you have that experience. Uh, excuse me, I did grow up in a two-family home on different levels of that, what that looks like. My grandparents were together, and then I saw the separation, and then we had I don't call him a step grandfather, he was granddaddy. And so I remember him coming into the family, and I remember, when they got married and everything, and he was my granddaddy up until the last day of his he took a breath. And so I know he loved my grandmother, and I know he would do anything for her. I mean, I ain't never seen no man love a woman the way that he loved her, and I was so keen on that type of love that I sat down, I was like, Granddad, I want to write a story um about you and grandmama, how y'all fell in love and everything. And he started telling me bits and pieces of the story. And it's funny how when you be excited about something and you share it, people will discourage you rather than encourage you. So I was discouraged, and I felt like I didn't have the right to do what nobody else was interested in doing but me. And so I just backed up out the way and just let people have they thing. And so it never happened, but I remember, my point is, I remember that part of love. And my dad remarried, well, not remarried, but my dad married my stepmother, and so I lived in the household with them. And so yeah, it wasn't like your house.
Well, listen, all of our houses had problems.
All right.
I just the things that were a problem in our household, I just let them things go when I was 18. Cause now I'm in charge. And nothing that mattered back then, Matt, you know what I'm saying? And so I just took responsibility for me. You know what I'm saying? Accountability, me, my little brothers, like it was us. We said like daddy was gone. So anything we do does not come back to the house with mommy. So that means if you got to stay out all night to handle your business, you're going to stay out. You're not coming home to ever put mommy in danger. And so that this is my brothers and I, we're raising us and telling us how to be men and how to handle. But we got it from the older men. We did get it from the older men around us, including my dad, how we were supposed to be and things of that nature. But every house had its problems. I just choose. I chose a long time ago not even to dwell in those. A lot of the stuff that if we said what my father was a problem for, then I just clipped that from my existence. And if we wanted to say what my mother's problem was, well, she's mommy and she's always going to get a slide for being a woman. So that whatever it was, that's what it was. And so we move on from there. And the only thing we know is whenever the chips were down, our parents were there for us, regardless.
That's a fact. And
And
I give them credit for that. You know, I'm grateful for my upbringing and how it was, because I wouldn't be who I am without it. But at the same time, I do have to tell my truth in the process, because for so long I felt like I was crazy. Because
I know the feeling.
if I deny what's true to you, and I'm like, wait a minute, did that happen? And you know what I'm saying? Like, why do I feel that way? You know? So, yeah,
I never went that far where I said to myself, "Did that happen?" I'd go as far as MF, you know it happened. I ain't gonna let you think it didn't happen. It happened, and since it happened, that you know what I'm saying. I put it out there on the table. Don't tell me something in secret, and then like so when we was in jail, this one brother used to go out and play cards with a whole nother group of brothers, and they would gamble and stuff, right? Which that
mm-hmm.
is none of my business. But then he would come back to the bunk and whisper to us about them and how he didn't like them. Nigga, don't come whispering to me about people you hanging around with. You taking the time and you mad, you laughing at me and talking about me because I'm hanging out with the so-called white boys and we're playing Dungeons and Dragons. But when I come back to this room, the only thing I'm thinking about is how I'm gonna go back to that table and kick their ass. I ain't thinking of nothing bad against them, and I don't know how I don't even care how they feel about me or anything. They don't disrespect me, but you keep coming in this little cell, you know, stop acting like a woman. It got to the point he was gonna snatch me off the bunk and beat the crap out of me because I kept talking junk to him. But
He put himself in that situation. So what? He was mad because you was making him face what was true.
yes, ma'am. And then the other people in there let him know, well, you know, like if you touch him, then we're gonna jump on you too. And I was like, well, everybody stop. I ain't trying to bring it that far, big bro. All I'm saying to you is if you're gonna go spend time with him, you cannot come back here and talk about us to him, whisper to us anything about him, about them. Now
Right.
stop. He just
See?
sat there looking at me.
Yeah, because if you sit there up under them words, he gonna go back and say you said it, and you gonna understand what's happening because he said it to you. So you
Yes,
ain't gonna
ma'am.
be confused about nothing. You gonna be like, it is gonna read that you know what they
What's
talking
going
about.
on? What's supposedly going on? Yes, ma'am.
Right.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
yeah. Don't tell me nothing. If you
Yes,
can't
ma'am.
tell me in front of them, don't tell me
No,
when
thank
they
you.
ain't here.
Thank
Cause
you.
them your homeboys, and when they want something out of you, you gonna throw me to the wolves. You gonna try to use me as bait. You know what I'm saying? Like your whispering, your gossiping is the bait.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
catch I can catch on to the bait, and now you got me. You gonna freeze me until you ready to gut me and
Yes,
and,
ma'am.
and decapitate me, fillet me, and fry me, and then eat me up.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. And, and
No.
and so I've been this way all the time. You know what I'm saying? From young, I've been this way. Catch the BS, grab it, wrap it up, and that's where I think like a whole bunch of us. The reason why we're in the situation we're in is because people don't deal with it like that, and everybody like says, well, it's everybody else's feelings, and you got to because certain things we don't have to consider. Example. When it's
Mhm.
raining outside and it's coming down hard and you have an umbrella, the person who doesn't want the umbrella, we're not going to argue with them. You just walk outside, but you know what's going to happen. Now, when we get to where we're going, if this person is standing there shivering cold, because we know most of the restaurants and places they got air conditioner on, even in the wintertime. So now you're standing there shivering cold. Don't complain to the rest of us and try to make the rest of us feel guilty and not have a good time because of your choices.
Right.
Live with your choices. And this is something that people have a hard time doing. They're used to passing it off. And throughout history, people have passed off bad behavior as belonging to everybody else.
And you
And
want
that
to know what? That's just uncorrected behavior. Those are things that should be corrected in our youth and adolescent years. And what we're dealing with is a lot of people are still stuck in that developmental stage. Uh, they have not advanced to the next stage of development. You know, and that takes work, especially, and it's harder once your body matures, but your mind didn't mature with your body. That's why they say act your age, not your shoe size. It's just that they put it in those terms, but act your age, not your shoe size.
yes,
Now,
ma'am. And
you
now
know,
that you said that, we're 6 minutes late on a song.
mm,
Is it easy for you to get to somebody else's song who we either haven't played or we
let's
just had?
see. I'm gonna type in more music,
Okay.
and then we're gonna share.
And this is so when we talk about business, the music industry is a business. But if we're not listening to us, why should we ever expect anybody else to listen to us? If we're not putting us on the airwaves when we have time, why should we? So then why would they listen to any of us? And that background is beautiful.
Oh, thank you. On the behind
Yes,
us,
yes, I love it.
I was like, that's gonna go well. Let's see.
That Moore's gas official video, that should be straight.
Okay.
I'm looking at the person who made it, and he looks like Noisy for Gas. The second, I can't even read that. The second
Okay.
single
Uh,
off, yeah, yeah, that should
let's
be good to play.
okay. Here we go. Oh,
Fair use, and we have these people's permission to play their stuff.
I'm willing to work 3 times as hard to provide the normal stuff. I believe Stacey Seaman will work for us.
We need Stacey Seaman in the legislature to lower costs and make housing more affordable.
Vote for Stacey Seaman to get the job done for Arizona families.
We can't hear it.
the sound will probably come through. It's not doing anything right now.
It was trying, it's just not loud enough. I heard something.
Okay.
Only and deleted. So with me, so breed up depleted. Feeling that there ain't no hope in this sequence. Trying to reason with the demon in the mirror. Only option to be free is to leave this. priestess. Can't jump up out the tree cause of fear. Scab knees with the priestess live and never ever had an angel appear. Drop Jesus and roll with the evil. You will see there's no difference in the theme, no. Rain gonna make my petrified stream flow. Hella holy is my psychotropic dream boat. Petty head that never reached above below. No Wi-Fi signals at the sea flow. Quick to switch like glitches on people. You don't know me, so don't try and keep close. Sorry, mama, mother, mama, I'm out of gas. Sorry, papa, father, dad, I'm out of gas. No love for a thing on the train. No love for a thing on the train. Sorry, mama, mother, mama, I'm out of gas. Sorry, papa, father, dad, I'm out of gas. No love for a thing on the train. No love for a thing on the train. No more fucks to lens, so I claim that fame shit with my endo. Whole lip stroke on the dick of big bro. My AK-47 kiss my window. I play late when the light get dim low. I'm in your backyard with a hammer and sicko, a sicko. Beginning of the end. America, your niggas are the children of the men. They got a strap. Prison is a sin. Infected cell block, blood dripping from my pen. It's so simple to slip into abyss when you walk on hope and your mentors are your friends. I don't talk no more. Wanna thought we could thought, but I come to run shit. Bitch, you walk on snow. All are gonna perish from the greed of the weak and the hottest cloud summoned up from Venus beaches. Sorry, mama, mother, mama, I'm out of gas. Sorry, papa, father, dad, I'm out of gas. No love for a thing on the train. No love for a thing on the train. Sorry, mama, mother, mama, I'm out of gas. Sorry, papa, father, dad, I'm out of gas. No love for a thing on the train. No love for a thing on the train.
That was fire. I like that. I'm out of gas.
It was cool. It was cool. it was it was cool. Some things I was like, but it was a nice rhythm to it.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. And you know, I heard some of the stuff. His Glock, whatever. It's not intrusive. And he said the word shit. It wasn't intrusive. It wasn't a continuation and then the mf'er with it and all of
No,
this other stuff. So
you're
see, that's what
right.
I'm saying. When we listen to it, we listen to it like that. And my mother said ass is in the dictionary. But if you got on stage just saying, I mean, my mother said ass is in the Bible. So
It
see, we
is.
say ass around my mother because it's in the Bible. I didn't know that until like a month or two ago. That I could say ass in front of my mother. And when she said, yeah, as long as you don't put any endings on it, ass is not wrong because it's in the Bible. So
Mm-hmm.
okay, now that's straight. But the way we know inappropriate cussing, if you just stand up there, he's an ass, she's an ass, that's too much ass to be talking about right now. We're not gonna have all that ass on stage right now. So yeah, we just have to discern it for ourselves and categorize it and then put it out there in a way. But that's something I will play in front of my children. I would play that.
Well, I can't say that I wouldn't because I've played much worse. You know,
It's and that and see for me, like
yeah.
I'm telling you, after '87, I became real skeptical about the type of music that was played around my children. They didn't really get into all the other music until they were 14, 15 years old, because I
Okay.
didn't let them hear all that other stuff. And yeah, I protected them from that, because that song from the West Coast people, women ain't bleep but bleeps and bleeps. And you talking about my 2-year-old daughter? Is y'all stupid? We're not gonna raise my daughter with that type of thought about herself at all. And so all of that music, I really, and then Little Kim and Foxy Brown, they posed with their panties on and squatting. Now, what the hell is going on? And so
I was into it. I liked Nick not Nick Minaj, Lil Kim, her
yeah.
hardcore album. I used to listen to it back in
But
the day.
if she was dressed, could she deliver the same message?
Yeah, but that wasn't what she was doing.
But see, all right. So when we look at it like that, right? We also got to remember that it was the industry and the culture of said hip hop that
Right.
had her stripping down and stuff. It wasn't like just a choice of
Right, because
hers.
I really feel like the women came out, they had to be different and also be feminine at the same time, because you had MC Light, Queen Latifah, you know what I'm saying? They were more tomboyish, even back
and
then,
conservative and conservative.
and conservative, but they were tomboyish. You know what I mean? They were dressed like dudes.
Listen, Light, MC Light,
Look, she now dresses like a woman, and
the
you
same
can
way the same way you talk about Kevin is the same way I talk about MC Light. That
okay,
every sense, every sense. So I do know what you're saying, but I had no problem being her roughneck. And everybody wore jeans back in the day like that and stuff. You know what I'm saying? So that's
right.
that's sort of style, but I could still see her in a dress. Queen Latifah in a dress. You see what I'm
They
saying? So
look beautiful, and it was shocking when they started wearing clothes like that. I
so the
just seen a video of Queen Latifah. She did the front porch freestyle, and she was out there rocking the mic and looking very what they say demure. She was looking very nice and classy. You know what I'm saying? But she was rocking her
so so
music.
so Little Kim and Foxy Brown, as opposed to what they did wear out there, they
They
couldn't
were
know.
young too now. You gotta understand that. They were also young and impressionable young women. They were not adults. They were teenagers.
And so they got used.
They yes.
Yeah, and that's my main point of how they
They were
came out.
they were pimped out by the system, by the
And
industry. The industry
and
pimped
so,
them out.
and so when, after the West Coast put that song out, "Women Ain't Blip but Blip and Blip," those two come on the scene, and this is how they got to dress in order to make it. That right there, like everything. I'm done with hip hop, anything African American, Black culture. I'm not into all this stuff. And Juneteenth, as it came around, anything and everything, I wasn't with anymore, because we keep sporting this hip hop as
Ain't it?
Black culture, as our culture, and it's dirt. And I just
Well,
knew.
it's not hip hop. I can't agree with that. Hip
No,
hop is
no, no,
not
no, no.
no the rap.
The
It's this rap industry. It's not hip hop. They call what you calling hip hop is rap.
Africa Bambaataa and the Zulu Nation get credit for the hip hop culture in that particular sense of saying it. They get credit for it. And through the work of Layla Wills, I didn't know her name was going to work into this conversation tonight, but I did think she should have been brought up. Through the work of Layla Wills, she's been showing that since the inception of Zulu Nation and all of that, children have been getting raped through the culture. And it's been a big underground for men who wanted to be with other men, and a hiding ground also for them. And so when we talk about it being our culture, and we don't know the significance of where this culture led us and what it was doing behind closed doors as the culture, that's where
Right.
I'm separating from. And I always challenge the hip hop culture on being a culture, because it's mainly about the music and MCing and breakdancing. How we as a people going to save ourselves through breakdancing and hip hop? And look how we went into black and African American in hip hop. So that
So
hip
I'm sorry.
so the hip hop culture becomes death. And that's what it is today. Death. It's a death trap. And
I
rap.
see, because I can't agree with that, because see what I do, I call hip hop. I call what I do in the is Arshita style poetry, frequency, flow in the realm of hip hop, right? And so I don't I don't see I can't put one and one together to make it make sense. I now my question is, when it comes to the start of hip hop, why is it that Africa Bambaataa gets the crown?
Because he's
Or
a thief. Because he's a thief, and the way it all worked out through a trip to London and him signing and being a part of whatever group and function came out, because it was somebody else who actually in a rap song who actually has the rights to hip hop. But what they threw in there was hip hop culture, Zulu Nation, hip hop culture.
okay,
And when they did that, they muddied to what we see now.
okay. So African Bambaataa piggybacked off of something else,
Oh
but
yeah, things.
but he's crowned as the father of hip hop culture, but that culture has led children into the hands of predators. And here's the thing, okay? Those children who were in the hands of those predators had contracts that their parents signed
Well,
to allow them,
in some cases, so
in some cases, yeah. But as they got older, the children who were aging out of foster care and didn't have anybody, they were the easiest targets.
yeah, and so this is what Layla Wills is exposing about the hip hop culture, Africa, Bambaataa, and them.
But that
And
cannot be, that doesn't have to be that doesn't have to be the end all, because why create a new wheel when there's already one in motion? It's just that it's dirty. So we just need to pour in enough energy, water to clean it.
so when you say hip hop culture, right now, without destroying the word culture, first we need to know what is hip hop.
What is hip hop?
Yes.
I don't even know how to answer that question. Look, Sabir Bey know how to answer that question, because he says he is the fifth element of hip hop, which is knowledge. And so there's five principles to hip hop, which I learned through watching and learning through his platform. But I can pull it up right now, and because
Okay.
I can't recall it, because I this is not nothing I have just been looking
Yeah.
over. So
Knowledge, wisdom, understanding, to have fun while learning. All of these things are part of Zulu Nation's principles, and they're all a part of all teaching aspects principles. There's nothing in Zulu Nation when they say that was new or different, except the thieving of hip hop and turning it into a, a culture of deviancy, making it a secret cult. And in order for people to get on, they had to participate in your particular acts and events through your hip hop
that,
culture.
but
And,
was
and
that for everybody, or was that just for certain people who went by that code?
no, that's if you wanted to get in the industry, you're gonna go by the hip hop culture, which means you getting down with somebody. Damn near everybody had. There's a story about everybody, and everybody inside of the industry at one time or another. Either they did or didn't, but everybody's been approached by everybody. This ain't even a colored thing. This ain't even so the poor, it's a rich and poor thing because the poor people want the money. So this is how people like Justin Bieber end up getting abused. And I know his mother sent him over there and she knew about it, whatever. But take this back into history and know that this is what hip hop culture did, has been going on forever. However, this was blacks and African Americans' turns to be at top. And in order to be at top, you had to come in through the hip hop culture. And in the hip hop culture, you sold yourself out to get on.
Okay,
Every
but see, I don't think that that was for everybody.
it,
Every industry, uh every agency within the industry of music is taking advantage of every artist in some form or fashion. It's not always in the
yeah, it is in the sexual realm. Yes,
right.
it is. It's
So
yes,
wait, so
it
is
is.
it like an induction that you have to go through?
Oh yeah, all of that's real. All of that, everybody think that's it. All of this is real. This is what you have to do in order. If you want the big money and the big pay, you play around. That's why certain groups. So you see what Public Enemy did in the early, and then you see how they just dropped off. They didn't fall out. They dropped. Why they drop off? Because Chuck and them wouldn't take their thing and turn it gangster. They wouldn't go out and sell the woman the way they wanted the woman to be sold. So you get shelled. Then look at
Oh,
the battle in the Jay-Z with DMX. DMX was the righteous one, right? What do we say about Jay-Z now? So we have to look at all of this as like, even for what we're doing now, if we were up there with them, we were dealing with them, DMX would be on our side. He'd be one of our soldiers going. And then we go through the list like that. Chuck D would be on our side. They hear our words and see our movement. These people will be on, but people on the other side who are part of that hip hop culture, they don't like you and I, especially because, oh, you make music and it's clean and it's catchy. In order for you to get in, you got to come do. Ask Mary J. Blige.
oh,
Ask what's my girl name that I bring up a few months ago?
uh, Angela Bassett.
Not Angela Bassett, love her, but another one. Uh, yes, Angela Bassett. That's another conversation. No, don't bring her up. Let's
Okay.
bring up the soldier sisters. One sister who's speaking out right now. She was in the industry. She was a singer. I said
So,
she need protection.
oh, Jaguar Wright.
Jaguar Wright. Yeah, you never listen to her and the things she say and the things she talk about. Oh, and see what's sad is it's one thing for these people to say it. It's another thing for P. Diddy to be sitting in jail right now because of the things that were said. It's another thing for Layla Wills to be out here fighting for victims of the hip hop thing and what's going on. And I know, like, so
So it's not hip hop then.
why? Because P. Diddy is hip hop. R. Kelly is hip hop. Uh, a whole bunch they hip hop. And all right, so here's to
So
me,
why
right?
is it that why can't it be that they took something and mucked it up?
Because it was so when the business of the hip hop culture was established in London, whatever they agreed to when they did that night, that's what anybody else had to do in order to get in. You had to sell your soul.
Through sex?
Yes, that's part of the game. That is part of the game. That's part of the initiation. If you don't want to do it, look at all right. So see, that's why, like, current events is one thing. Being nosy in the news and knowing everybody's business and being there, like, I just really, with all the talk about P. Diddy, I just really realized he was in jail because I saw it on a newspaper coming out of the store saying that P. Diddy was locked up. Prior to that, everything on YouTube and stuff, I didn't know. I just knew P. Diddy was facing charges. 2 days ago, I see his face on the front thing. So however long he got, I didn't really know if he got locked up or not. So I didn't speak on it and I didn't deal with it. You see what I'm saying? So, and out of respect for the entire situation and for what I know I've been through, I'm not saying anything because at
Right.
the end of the day, when you discuss it all, you start finding out people was adults around P. Diddy and people, y'all walked in as grown people and signed contracts because it's like with me. Once you sign the contract, you got to live by the contract. And if
Mm-hmm.
you're stupid enough to sign certain contracts, then that's on you. Don't be stand over here getting mad at nobody else. And we know
Well,
people are going to take
it,
advantage of you.
it'd be
Now, I
embarrassing.
thank you. So I blame P. Diddy for his own actions as a man, dogging out women, or I blame him for that. Yeah, but I don't know if he's going to get hit with all that sexual assault type stuff with all the different people who said that he inappropriately touched them. But it's been an exercise in Hollywood that this type
Right.
of
Ain't
behavior goes
nobody
on.
gonna ain't nobody gonna talk. Ain't nobody gonna admit to anything because they already know what it is. And if they do, you might as well just say adios,
All you
amigo.
need is somebody like Justin Bieber to begin to tell the story. And Justin
But
Bieber, there's millions of dollars for Justin Bieber to tell the story. There's
yeah,
millions for Justin.
and he can't and he won't because look at him. Half his face don't even work no more.
Why you say that?
He done developed some mysterious
Oh,
where
see what I'm
half of
saying?
his paralysis in half of his face.
So see what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
this is a live instrument that is utilized, that hip hop culture is utilized to destroy us.
So what's oh
And it's been that way. What's up, God man?
Elia said, "What's up, God, man?"
It's been that way since inception.
Chris, he said, "What's up?"
It's been that way since inception, and all you have to do is hear the story of it, and then and through Layla Wills, she can lay it out. And by time they come out of London, this is a lifestyle and a way of what you have to do in order to succeed in the hip hop culture. And so the women are getting trains ran on them, and the brothers are getting ran through too by
Hmm.
people like Clive Davis and a whole bunch others. Now they might try to say we ban this show because of it, but Clyde Davis came out and admitted a long time ago that he was
Who,
gay and whatever.
who are we mad at? Who we mad at?
At our individual selves for seeing but not believing. Because listen, all this time, me personally, I've been, I'm mad as a man. I'm upset. I'm a conspiracy theorist. All this time, when it came to a lot of the women, I was controlling. Why? Because so me not liking weaves and makeup, I'm not gonna deal with you. But
You went out and came back in. So you said what about what you didn't like about women, and then
weaves and makeup.
okay, so
If
yeah,
you
we
wore
heard you.
that, but when I talk to sisters and then I'm gonna do this to my. I don't like weaves, and well, I want to. Oh, you're trying to control me. Well, how am I trying to control you? I'm not trying to control you. I don't like weaves. Make them. I'm not gonna stick around. Oh, you want to walk around with your body parts out? Okay, that's not me. I'm not gonna argue with you. I'm just not gonna stick around. Oh, you're controlling. You're trying. I'm not trying to control you. I know what I'm about. So
You
all the
mean
rest,
to you mean say for instance you meet them and you meet them how you like to see them, and then you now here we go 2 weeks in or so, they come with the weave and the eyelashes and the
yes,
long nails and stuff like that, and so now you are making a decision that this is not what you agree with, and so Dr. Morphine said hey,
peace
and
and love,
so
Dr. Morphine.
what's up. And so, so basically, you're saying this is how you will respond after you have been tricked into believing that.
That it was one thing, and now I got
Well, that
something. I
should
see
be
something.
well, that should be one of your first questions. Then, okay, so I like the way you look, how you carrying yourself. You beautiful. You know what I'm saying? I like that about you. Okay, so tell me this. When you're not looking like this, what do you look like? Are you into the
No,
eyelashes
no,
and
no,
the
no.
wigs?
Listen, if I see you in weaves and eyelashes, your
No, I'm
clothes,
saying
I
you. I
wouldn't.
mean,
I wouldn't even spend my time talking to you.
okay, I get that part, but you saying you will meet the woman and she looked like what you like, and then all of a sudden she show up. So when you meet her and she looked like what you like, you got to ask her at that time, are you into wigs, eyelashes, and those things? Because if so, um, it was nice to meet you. You're a beautiful woman, and you should consider that being your everyday get up, and let that be it and walk away, and then you've been to change something in her that make her know that her natural beauty is something worth reveling at, and if you don't keep yourself like this, it's worth even walking away from. So
Well,
I believe men and women both need to know their worth and
I just didn't expect.
encouraged in it.
I never expected to have to deal with that. You know what I'm saying? I just didn't. I just didn't think ahead. Like one day she's gonna want to put on weaves. I didn't think about that. I didn't think about one day she's gonna want to walk around with a pair of Daisy Dukes on. I just didn't think about it. It's just one day. All of a sudden, you show up and you're short. What are you doing? Like, no, no, you can't come outside. No, you just want to tell me what to do. What I want to tell you what to do, you standing here smiling at everybody. That ain't how we do. So, it just be shocking. But it's the last thing that I would expect. And I was even asked, what do you want from a woman? And I don't have an answer for that, because if you can ask me, what do I want from a woman? Then it's like, so you don't know what to expect from a man? I don't know how to answer that question. What do I want from a woman? Well, I want somebody who's confident in themselves. That's for sure. After that, I don't know. No. Okay. Jamaica is one of our islands. So that's kind of like a oxymoron question. Are we from Jamaica? Jamaica is our home. So that question right there, to answer that question is not hard, but it's hard for people to understand because this is the mainland to Jamaica. So are you from Jamaica, Dr. Morphine? Or are you from Jamaica originally? So it's just, everything is just perspective. And so just the way we deal with things and the way we see things from yesterday compared to today, the difference is in maturity of self. I guess what I'm saying is what we're looking for, as opposed to technological advances.
Okay, you asking me a question?
No, ma'am. I'm stating for everything that we're saying when we talk about comparing ourselves to 3,000 years ago and dealing with everything, and even like you're telling me like that needs to be a part of the opening thing that I would say to somebody. It's all about growth and advancement of self at every step and every measure of the way, in order to see and understand where we're all supposed to be going. And if you don't like having your coattail pulled, you can't pull anybody else's coattail.
Right.
Yeah, you have to be able to have yours. And so, in that, with us comprehending that, is that now question? Is that an advancement in the technology of us to move us forward, to know how to operate with each other, to know that everybody has a heart and a feeling, and so you operate with everybody. And I'm just using this as an example, or you operate with everyone with high dignity of yourself, high dignity of them from the beginning,
Okay.
to, to try to keep that negative vibration away.
Okay. So what you're speaking on is generational uh cleansing of the mind and deprogramming that has to be a personal choice, and people will fight you to hold on to where they feel comfortable, even if it's uncomfortable, even if it means, okay, so say for instance, like just because I think she's cute, and I'm proud of her for making it to the point to where she's made it, and seeing her live and enjoy her new life and such, Glorilla. um it's interesting to see people who have come from little to nothing and make it and have fun doing it, but I do see the change, but people grow up and they grow up into who they are. I don't know. People are willingly entering into these uh contracts and such. So to go and tell them no, stop, don't do that, they're not gonna, that we crazy, because of the benefits that they are receiving. That's what they want. Even whatever the consequences are, that's what they have accepted. Now, I remember when I was in the army, and when I went to Iraq, we if we did not or refused to go, we would have been tried in a court martial and locked up for mutiny and treason against our contract, right? And so I entered that contract voluntarily. So there was no sense in me fighting against what I didn't want to do. I just went ahead and did it. It wasn't hurting me. So even when Islamism, Jesse,
Islamism.
even when um it was good, I didn't want. I mean, there was nothing. The alternative is I could have got blown up. I could have gotten injured to some degree, and I have been injured. All my injuries aren't visible. You know what I'm saying? But they don't mean that they're not there. And so those are the consequences that I accepted when I agreed and raised my hand and swore to protect, serve, and defend this country abroad and domestically. So it's the same kind of concept. If that's the culture, if so, say for instance, I get it, I get an offer. They sit me down and they say, okay, go in that room and talk. And I go in that room and I talk. And say for instance, I'm just gonna put it on out there. Say it's Kevin Gates. And they say, you got to, if you want to do this, then that's what you got to do. And it's got to be with him. And y'all gonna be tied for life when you do this. I'm in that room.
See, listen, you made an innocent thing out of it. There's no way, there's no way they gonna let it be that innocent. You can
I'm
forget
in
that.
that room.
But listen, it's not gonna be. Listen, they're gonna be other dudes who come with that agreement right there. There's gonna be other times and situations, and I can contract time. The more you want, the more you willing to do. And
Oh,
so, see, my point of it is, it was number one. It was the only avenue to success. But by us playing songs tonight from outside of
mhm.
ourselves, there's another avenue. There's another way. But for that time period, if you wanted to get in, it's like if you want to eat, if you want to, you're hungry, you want to eat, you're gonna have sex with me tonight. If you don't have sex with me tonight, you're not gonna eat. That's how they did the people. You sitting outside, you cold. I got the only place that you could get into right now. If you want it, you're gonna have sex with me tonight. And if you don't want to be warm, then you sleep outside. And they would really leave them outside. They would really let them be hungry. And so
Until
if you
they break. And
huh?
by that time, until they break.
The whole thing, and some people are scared of discomfort. So just the thought of being outside or being hungry past the point, they gonna give in, and they know this. That's why they preyed on poor people and not so much rich people, but they preyed on poor people.
I
And
eat
so,
leaves.
say that again.
I will eat leaves.
Okay, but you're not gonna get a contract or a deal.
Yeah. I wouldn't want if it's something that I don't want, then I don't have to go. I don't have to agree. And
No,
then I
no, no,
can
no.
make my own way.
Listen, in the 70s, the 80s, the beginning of the 90s until the end of the 90s, it's not true anymore. If you wanted to get and be an entertainer, you was going in the industry, and other than that, you could be a house band and play like circuits and stuff like that. But you wasn't gonna play for any movie, which was another way to make money. You're not gonna play at any radio station, none of that, because they're gonna block all of that.
Because it's
If
their
you
money.
say it again.
It's their money. It's their investment.
And so right now here's the whole bottom line, the thing, to everything about it, right? Me being a grown man and knowing opportunities and knowing people, I couldn't stand there and use that kind of power to abuse somebody in that particular manner, especially sexual manner, for them to eat. That's like a disgusting that it bothers me so much that one day I analyzed being a salesman. In order to be a salesman, you have to expect to get 100 no's before you get a yes. They teach you this professionally becoming a salesman. But once you ask a person a question and they say no, if you ask them again, aren't you like bothering them? Isn't that like she said no? Now you're gonna ask again. You're gonna a salesman is taught how to ask again and again. So are they teaching a salesman the rapist mind, the rapist way, the way to wear you down and make you want what it is that they have and they're trying to sell because everything you said no already and they didn't honor that, they're still trying to sell you the pro. Well, let me show you and let me show you, and maybe this will benefit you, and maybe you'll like it this way. Now, everybody will rationalize that into say sales. But once we understand psychology and war psychology, especially, in order for me to make this sale, this person who just told me no, I have to now wear down their no. And when I wear down their no, it's a part of wearing them down to the point where maybe they even tired. They just bought it because they tired of hearing me talking. Did I really make a sale or did I force somebody into a sale? And by forcing them into a sale, is that not rape? So all these
Wow.
different, oh yeah, because in fairness to everyone. And that's why this type of question of 3,000 years ago, the same things that move the world and operate are the same thing that's operating now because we don't look at the underlying of it. So if somebody builds an organization that says I'm going to help people, but you're raping people to get them to the next level, there's a problem with that.
Yeah,
There's a
facts.
problem with it. And anything that you claim it under and you're doing that, all of that gets burnt. I burn bridges. And unfortunately, in this one, we got stuck with hip hop culture and Zulu Nation. And through that structure, young people were being raped. And some of these young people wasn't even getting deals. They went to the different groups and stuff like that. But if they wanted to hang around and just be cool and being seen cool with cool people, then they played the games too.
You know,
All through New York
I
and
was
Connecticut.
I was looking at some of those stories of some of the young boy bands and boy groups that were back in my days. I was loving their music so much, immature and um all those different like Marcus Houston and them. And I was a fan of Marcus Houston. His music once he started making music and everything. But I heard some really terrible stories about him and how the industry used him to you know take young boys. you know uh he was being taken and he was being taught to be the taker. And so the groups that came under him, them boys ain't been right since. uh and have had many issues along the way. And so I like the fact Kevin Gates opened up the floor for that type of communication for men who are still men. You know what I mean? Who didn't allow that type of abuse to change their sexuality in such a way, to make them question their sexuality into, later in life. And so, and opening a gateway for healing to take place, for that conversation to happen. You know what I'm saying? In a safe space, because uh, you don't hear him talking about nobody that is talking to him, but I'm sure that people who have heard his story are, coming to him and feeling like they have a safe space to process that because he's a great example. And so I love what he's doing. I love what he has done. I love his healing journey. And even through the music industry, none of his music is played on the radio. They do not play his music on the radio. And
And
so you went out.
okay, very good. That's the type of thing I'm talking about. There's no reason to play have your music played on the radio today. There's no reason to go jumping in the industry today. And so if that is the choice in what you're thinking, then yeah, today you wanted what happened to happen. You were down for the program because you now know on every level that this is what's going on in the industry. It's not a myth anymore. It's not conspiracy theories or anything like that. It's a fact of the industry. And if you want to be a part of it and you decide you want to go for a deal, then what you're saying is you want to live that lifestyle. So you can't come out complaining. And man,
Right.
little Kim was beautiful. But to be a part of that industry, she had to go get all that plastic mergery that happened to her. She was beautiful. What did she touch
Yeah,
herself with?
she really was, and I don't understand that still to this day. I really don't get it. But whether it's Little Kim or um whoever, average Jane and Kim out there that are not happy with their body because of this industry standard. You know, I believe this the social media, excuse me, takes things sometimes way too far. It's like no blurred middle ground for the existence of all things to just be okay. Be you, be happy with you, and all is either you're gonna go far left or far right. You know what I'm saying? The standard is you got to have this type of body. So go and get, and most of the female rappers were already, excuse me, in the dance industry, you know, and
Ballet, all that from home.
no, no, I ain't talking about ballet. I'm talking about stripping,
Oh, see, no.
strippers,
So wait, hold up.
enter, entertainment.
So
They were
wait.
already in the entertainment industry.
So you're telling me, now I gotta go back. Oh my God, there's a couple of names I want to say that predate MC Light and all that. Roxanne. They were
Oh
strippers.
yeah. I don't know about them. I'm talking about these new female
Okay.
rap artists. Yeah, but
Now,
they were, I mean, but they lived that lifestyle. They was up on stage with their thong panties on playing their guitars and stuff.
who Roxanne? They didn't play
Not
any
right, no,
guitar.
oh, not Roxanne. Roxanne. I'm thinking about the Prince
Apollonia
Chris,
and them.
Apollonia and them. Yeah.
All right, don't. Okay, now, remember, I'm the guy with. I can be biased when I want to. Don't talk about Apollonia.
I just making a point.
Don't
I'm
talk
just
about Apollonia and them. It,
I'm just
it, it,
making a point. They
it,
did. That's why you love them.
but their thing wasn't all right. But look who they was around. If they
Okay,
wasn't
so it's okay. It's okay if it's a man around that says it's okay. So he's the pimp.
no, not even that. Listen, I don't. That's why I don't promote none of that. Really, none of that music now because of that. But for that time period, that when he came out with that style, they came from a place where people really dressed like this prior to them. When you came out as a rock and roll band, this is the way your bands look crazy. Kiss and all of them and all of your bands look crazy. So when his band came out, they look crazy, and the girls look crazy. They look crazy. When hip
So
hop
I
came
mean, is that acceptable?
no, man, that's what I'm saying. It's not acceptable, but it followed a pattern. When hip hop came out, Roxanne and them, they wasn't dressing like in panties and taking pictures and stuff.
Right now,
They,
they was hip. They was very conservative, and they were young girls, and this was a different age. This was a different era, and so that's why Foxy Brown and Lil Kim broke the mold, and Trina down south. You know what I'm saying? And it was just little. It was sprouted out, in different places, but the women had, it seemed like they were in competition to be the sexiest female rap artist, not just the baddest lyrical female rap artist or hip hop artist or whatever. You know what I'm
but
saying?
I
So
want that to be known that that wasn't their choice. It's not
it
like
how you why wasn't it their choice though?
okay, now, very good, very good. Hear me. All of them women were made to play the roles that they play.
They
So
agreed.
they were made to. If you want to do this, this is
They
what you're
would
going
have
to do.
chose they would have chose somebody else if they would have said no. So
So
they
so
didn't make them do anything. They
what
offered and they accepted the offer.
when some of those women, like Jaguar Wright has done now, spoke up for themselves, they were made to look crazy and kicked out the industry. You could go all the way back and just check our sisters and see that every time you turn around and one of them spoke up, something crazy done happened to them. Here's the
Well,
difference. When we followed through rock and roll and all that our people was a part of, I wasn't a part of the beginning. When it comes to that hip hop, I was a part of the beginning. And in the beginning, I saw men and I saw women. And then I saw how we changed as men and still women. Then after 87, I seen the whole spectrum on what a woman was change in the
the
game.
feminist the
And
feminist movement
and,
came and
and it wasn't a choice. It was a forcing through the industry because they also when it came out to
I
what
can't
type of
ride with
music
that.
when you could study it though and you could see it when it came
I can't see nobody being forced into something
on
and they made a choice.
they made a choice to go to work and then they found out in order to be at this job I have to have
Okay, I
sex.
don't want the job.
Oh well, see, I listen. I can comprehend exact your words exactly. Here's my whole thing. There can't be a job where sex is on the table. These people
Why
are coming.
not? Because that job could be that could be that could be my husband.
You can't now for that thing right there. We're not. This is someplace else where the feminist movement messed everybody's heads up. We're not going to equal those things out. What happens between two people who claim to be together in union is not equal to paying somebody on the street that you're not going to even wake up to see tomorrow, see the next 5 minutes afterwards, or have any association with beyond that. And at the whole time, you're hoping that either you didn't get pregnant or that you didn't impregnate her. The whole time, and you had to use a condom or whatever because you sleeping around. No, that was out of balance and wrong. So we're not going to bring that to the table. That doesn't come to the table with what two people who are intertwined do. Those are two separate instances. It pissed me off
What?
when yeah, those are two set. A woman is not a whore because she's in the house and her man takes care of her, and
Okay,
so she
yeah,
has sex with
no.
him. No, okay, but that's what when you bring up a wife and that a husband in those particular brackets, that's where it brings them to. It brings them to equality, and there can never be any type of equalness in that. The man
Equalness in what?
in a man providing or a man paying for that one
Okay,
time
yeah,
act.
no. Mm-mm. It's like why we can't be it's okay partners, but what if I'm just an employee and I don't and I'm not a partner because I'm doing other things. It's too much for me to be worried about. But I don't understand not being a partner with your partner anyway, though. That doesn't make any sense to me on a
Yeah, how you
single
gonna be an employee?
level. Right. So that just nix nigh that. That
Okay,
just,
all right, all
yeah,
right.
because I don't even I don't even see that, because we not even finna bring that energy in. If you partnering with me, we partners.
Partners, period. And so now all I'm saying is for somebody to have $1 billion and make sex a part of the job, it ain't right.
Not a part of the job, just because that,
No, it's a part of the
I
job.
want to do it.
It's a part of when you say 'cause you want to do it.
No, I'm saying, if I
Listen,
get into something like that, that's because I want to. You can say you paying me, okay, but I really want to be here.
why you really we're at the place working? What with the dude?
Yeah,
If he paying you, he don't want to be with you.
not
That's why
like
he
that.
paying you.
Right, you
That's
right.
why he paying you. He don't want to be with you. So why are you telling me how you feel? I'm telling you how he feel. He paying you because he don't want to be with you. He hope this never come up in a conversation. As far as he concerned, this took place in the back dark alley. I
Oh
don't even
man,
know.
I
It
don't
was.
want that.
And so
Yeah,
that's
I
why.
don't want that. I wouldn't agree to it then.
But that's why you're getting paid, and that's why so many people were silent
Okay.
during that
That's
time
why I
of.
don't take. That's why I don't take no payment. Because I mean, what you paying me for? If I'm, if we supposed to be together, then you don't pay me. I don't
Yeah.
get paid to do. I don't get paid to do what we do.
Okay. So that and that was my point about
Yeah.
as far as the work. Those are two separate things, but people did at one time try to mash those things together and try to say like being a prostitute, same thing like being a wife because your husband. Right, right.
Oh
No, it's
no, it
not.
ain't.
No, it's not. But
No,
but
it
the
ain't nothing like that. But the
yeah,
mindset of these people don't know what a husband's duties are and what a wife's duties are. So they are around here acting like pimps and hoes.
amen.
So that's what the marriage has come to. Uh Pimps and hoes together
Well,
for life
if,
on
if,
paper.
and if we study those two words, we would find out how exact that is because a husband is a manager of a farm. That's what a husband is. You ever hear the word
Yeah,
husbandry?
husbandry, yes.
Yeah, a husband is the manager of a farm. So, as being a husband, and I have a wife. Now, therefore, I'm the manager of a farm, and we're gonna make some little piglets over here, and
Oh
I'm
my
managing a
goodness.
farm.
Oh
Okay,
no.
so the words husband and wife, uh, I see them as business terms, and they were meant to be business terms.
Mm-hmm.
So when we say that we are intertwining with each other as they consider a marriage, when we all enter business with each other, we are each other's husband and wives.
I agree.
Okay,
That's
so
what I mean when I say I can have multiple husbands, not in a sexual relationship with these men, but they hold a department in what I'm doing or what we're doing. Not just me, but they are supporting me and I'm supporting them. And I don't have anything to do with what's going on in your household. But if you are acting out of order, I will check you for your wife. And if your wife if you having issues with your wife, I will check your wife for you.
amen.
And not in no disrespectful manner, but you got to keep the cohesion here. And you
Yes,
bucking,
ma'am.
and I need to know why you bucking, because you bucking is creating a whole wave effect that's a disturbance in daily functions.
Yes, ma'am.
So what is it going on with you, so we can figure this out and we can get him together. You know what I mean? Because for whatever reason, it's probably your fault, and you
So
just don't understand. So now I
when
got
they
to help you understand from the
with the
woman's
4 days,
perspective, and help her
so
understand from the masculine perspective as a
when they
woman.
say what a when they say Solomon had 700 wives, I hope that gives us a different understanding now.
No,
A
because
different
if you're gonna run a kingdom, an empire, you gotta have women. That's the matriarchal system. And so you gotta have women everywhere. And that's not that you sleeping with these women, but you know what I'm saying? Maybe something develops every so often and it's an agreement there that takes place where there's no, because you already in business together. You know what I'm saying? You already holding a spot in the whole organization, the building, the family, the tribe. You know what I'm saying? So things things that need to be worked out will be worked out amongst those right-minded, righteous thinking people.
indeed, indeed, and that's how it will work itself out. But
Yeah,
as
it's nothing
as
that, because nothing is definite. Nothing
as a
is in that sense. It can, things can have the ability to grow into what it grows into, as long as there is a understanding and a cohesive agreement across the board. Everybody knows what's up, and it ain't nothing. There nobody gonna be coming back talking about something. I seen so and so. Now you might see all of us together one day.
amen.
You know what I'm saying? You might see all of us together one day, and that's gonna be okay because we're family.
Yes, ma'am.
You know what I'm
I,
saying? And I
I
can
saw
get with
your
that.
wife. I saw your wife over here hugging on so and so. You did? Okay. Nigga, you don't care? What do you mean I don't care? She was over there hugging on. I know him. Nah. No, see, you have the wrong understanding of husbands and wives. You still looking at it as something that the church built. We're trying to tell you it's not. That
Right.
husband and wife is a business term.
That's agreeing that I will hold your business and you will hold my business sacred, and we're going to support one another, and we have entered into a supportive contract with one another, that this, we're doing this, so when these things that we come all we come together as a board, a team, and we make decisions for all of us. So
Yes,
everything
ma'am.
so everything that we're making decisions on is going to affect everyone connected to us in our own, web of network systems. So, but the main line is going to be where everybody come together, and that way nobody's doing anything alone. And then, so for me, like, you bring a woman in, and okay, we finna figure out what she does, and we gonna help build her up. Or she
Yeah.
might be already on her game or whatever, and she might come and build somebody else up that's already there or new coming in. Just you fall in, you get in where you fit in, and you do the work that you were created to do. We all
Yes,
have an
ma'am.
assignment and a mission, and in that assignment and mission, we have a responsibility to accomplish uh the goal of knowing self and figuring out what our gifts and talents and skills and abilities are, and put ourselves to use. Okay, so I'm going to go off subject here because I want to share something with you that's in that realm.
Oh,
So um I was having a conversation today, and it was brought to mind because I was talking about the cake that I made for my brother for his birthday, and she was like, that sounds delish, like that sounds so good. And then I told her about the uh sweet potato brownies that I made, and she was like, sweet potato brownies, I ain't never heard. I said, that's what I said, and they are so good, because if you can imagine a chocolate sweet potato pie, then that's what you get
The
with the
brownies.
brownies. Yeah. Okay. So what was my point
You
in
said you
saying
was gonna
all
go off point.
that? Huh?
You you said you was gonna go off point, and then you started talking about the brownies, the sweet potato brownies.
Well, my point was around that. Man, God, I hate when I do that. Uh
Uh,
okay.
we both been doing that a lot lately.
It's crazy. Okay, so what was the point that you wanted to make? And maybe we should play a song or
Okay.
something
Yes,
like
ma'am.
that in the process. But or cue up a song. You want me to find something else or are you able?
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead. Throw another artist at them. Throw somebody that they don't know, they never heard before, that none of us know or heard before. But it's our music to listen to and to share and to big up amongst us.
Okay, so the point that I wanted to make in telling that story is because I was talking about food, um, the thought came out that maybe I should like volunteer to be in the kitchen at church and stuff like that. So I was like, because my original thought was to invite people here, but I was like, I don't necessarily want to do all that. And so I don't mind doing it and maybe I will do it, but I want to get comfortable with people and people comfortable with me first so they kind of have an idea of what they're walking into. I don't want that to be the first engagement that I have. You coming into my home because you don't even know me and you already got your mindset to judge me at some point in some way. And just because you go to church don't make you non-judgmental. So no, that won't be happening first. So made landfall, y'all. Okay, yeah, for sure. All those people who are in the path of Hurricane Helene.
In North
Uh,
America, around Florida,
yeah. Um, y'all be safe, and I hope you evacuated in enough time. Let Hurricane Katrina be a good lesson to remember uh, of what can happen when these type of storms come your way. Okay, so that was a news break. Um, but in the process, that would be me stretching myself to be available where I have skills or make myself available where I have skills and be useful in that manner. So that's why I brought that up. So that I hope I made that make sense. Let's see. I'm looking for some music. I had to get off that screen that I was on before. But yeah, Moore's Gas was the last song that we
yeah.
played. And shout out to him uh for that song.
My cousins didn't answer down in Florida.
They are not answering and they in Tampa,
They're in Jacksonville. It moved to
Jacksonville.
Tampa.
They did.
The it moved to Tampa.
Are you
'Cause they,
asking me
yes, ma'am.
if if who moved to Tampa? Oh, the storm?
Yeah, he's saying it looks like another
I'm not,
Katrina.
yeah, I'm not sure. Okay. Mm-mm. This is not what I'm looking for.
It's right outside Jacksonville, and it says tropical storm warning, extremely dangerous category 4.
Okay, so here we go.
The Moab anthem is really slow. And yeah, we don't want to put people to sleep. That's something you want to
No.
listen to. Canaan land Moors.
Yeah, that's what I was looking for.
Yeah, go lower. Go down lower. There after all that.
This none down here. I gotta put them in.
Yeah, that's all them.
Okay, so let's do this one.
We are live here at Old City Hall where the Moors have returned. Sir, do you have anything to say about this matter?
Yeah. Love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice.
Yep. Sir, what do you have to say?
I just want to put it on the record. I'm not right.
Yeah. What he said.
Moore's life matters.
More lives matter. It seems like black lives don't matter. More lives matter. Shot in the back, running or choked out to death on the corners. Mistake the stays for his sidearm, says the coroner. To the yellow journalist that won awards for writing facts. For World Wide Web press stories, always calling them black. Civil rights violated, here comes C1-7. And CIA and FBI agent, brethren, felons with what Rick Brother once heard. Most Moors are nerds and study more than if I'm on the road, no biting curbs. No threats of nooses or fighting for survival. Making Moors martyrs won't happen, calling us captain rival. Inquisitionists, governors, and secretaries of state got stateless on their tables like ribeye steak. With no care, blood dripping. They eat blacks rare. Foreigners wearing 6-point badges, pretending they're heirs to the vastness of state Muguri Balaksa. Stateless blood flow past a horse's brow, I swear it's agua. Demons thirst quench, stealing pioneers and organs. Psychiatry, death industry, the stars selling black orphans and half-closed coffins, cause legs are missing, killing stateless people, cancer won't even see remission. More lives matter, cause it seems like black lives don't matter. More lives matter, cause it seems like black lives don't matter. More lives matter, cause it seems like black lives don't matter. More lives matter, cause it seems like black lives don't matter.
System, what system? Not gonna make myself no victim. Run down and kick them up, educate oneself and flip them. All of the titles or nationality strips them. Must grip reality in order to really grip them in this third dimensional illusion. Organized chaos, confusion, stealing your attention, mental intrusion. Universal laws, declaration of the ancients. I self-law and master from the rooftops to the basements. Hooped into the spaceship ever since all creations. Celestial foundations, ocean floor to the ranges, to the mountain tip, to the cosmic infinite. Basically, we are way above the shit. In other words, get in tune with spirit. Take a breath and accept mental polarity, gender, rhythm, correspondence, vibration, cause and effect.
More lives matter.
That was it.
More lives matter. Cause it seems like black lives don't matter. More lives matter.
Hold on. I look, I gotta run that back because we were talking about this last week. I ain't mean to stop in the middle. This song is dope. This song is really, really dope. I'm feeling it from jump. Okay. I like this one for sure. Now, they said something. He listed what I was talking about, what I couldn't figure out. We got to play it back. Hold on.
More lives matter, cause it seems like black lives don't matter. More lives matter, cause it seems like black lives don't matter. More lives matter, cause it seems like black lives don't matter.
More lives matter because I signal.
Wait a minute. I didn't go back far enough. Hold on.
Polarity, gender, rhythm, correspondence, vibration, cause and effect.
That part.
Shit. In other words, get in tune with spirit. Take a breath and accept. Mental polarity, gender, rhythm, correspondence, vibration, cause and effect.
More lives matter, cause it seems like black lives don't matter. More lives matter, cause it seems like black lives don't matter. More lives matter, cause it seems like black lives don't matter. More lives matter, cause it seems like black lives don't matter.
More lives matter because I signal sound up. It gets the effective when rejected, put your mask off. Get my perspective on direct it to a replay. All the news that on replay until they want to cast off. Bury them, on to the next one. Enough of them are gunning down. Use them a cast cross. Can't believe I told you that. Can't believe a Taj pause. Trayvon, Michael Brown died for us to find cause. The afterlife visited the class wrong. Who they really want to see with the crown on high and the garbs on free? I am free and you're no business but your land or your country to seek your inalienable rights. The insatiable delight of knowing thyself and bringing all injustice to light. But the fight is your plight, make your sight for the bright. I'm the mic in the night, foresight for you to realize that, huh?
More lives matter, cause it seems like black lives don't matter. More lives matter, cause it seems like black lives don't matter. More lives matter, cause it seems like black lives don't matter. More lives matter, cause it seems like black lives don't matter.
Farm diggity. That's what I'm talking about. And Brother Just said he hasn't heard them in like 10 years. Sunstar Just, so see, then we know, but we don't know until all of us are like new to a whole bunch of us who never heard them before, but they've been around for a while putting in work. And that's the kind of thing that we don't know about, and that I'm trying to show us. People have been at this for a while trying to put it together and work this thing.
Right. That was fire right there all the way. Now what I like most about that was that they ain't look alike. That was the most diverse group of Moors I've ever seen in unity. And so it's an example of the possibilities. You know what I'm saying? When we don't look at what makes us different, but what we're united in common, commonality, like what is common with us. When we unite on that level, then it doesn't matter what we look like. You know what I'm saying? And so that was beautiful to see just now. And then for them to be so lit and hyped up like they was, to come through like that, even the girl, she was Jamaican. She was coming with the Jamaican accent and everything. So that ties in even the islands to, you know what I mean, that group. Like there was no discrimination in that group whatsoever. The old guy, you know what I'm saying? Everybody, and they was all a crew. So it's like they closed their eyes and they went up and found their crew and came back down. It was like, boom, this is what we look like. Okay,
let's do it.
let's do it. Right. Moore's lives matter. Not Black Lives Matter. Jesse. Agreed. Okay, then.
Oh wow, Islamism, and for him to say that is a big thing. And
it is.
Today, I had a conversation. Well, Cosmo and Cal Creator Gang came on today, gave a beautiful presentation.
Okay.
And I went on there, and when we got through with the discussion, he agreed that they are, according to their own word, Guatemalan. So
Yeah, I
that's how.
seen that you said. Mm-hmm.
Again,
I seen that you had used that term with them, and I was like, okay, that's new.
well, they said it. It's in the
Right.
WASP. And so now that y'all have said it, that's how we were. When I speak, and I'm speaking of all of us, we will refer to you as Guatemalan. They said, okay, good. So it's like even we are yeah, old guy reminded me of Pop, but he's a Pan African. Um he's a they've agreed about us working together in a more
Okay.
substantial way than anything before in the past. So when we say Guatemalan, we are actually speaking of those who study Owaspe and know Owaspe and speak on that. And so as because as Guatemalans, North and South America is their home, right? Well, that's the same thing we were taught over here by Prophet Drew Ali. So we all these differences that we find in reason for teaching, we're going to wipe them out of the way, and only thing we're going to deal with is governance of ourselves. And I don't think, like, a lot of people don't have a full comprehension of the difference between al Islam and Islamism. Safety to you, brother. And Islamism. And so we had a little breakdown on that, the difference between al Islam and Islamism. And
Okay.
once he caught that, and he understood that our knowledge and wisdom, the way we see, that opened the doors up even more for between us to establish an agreement as far as governance of ourselves, leave your religion at the door. And those words came out of his mouth to his people. What he was saying to whoever was in his audience: leave the religion at the door. We're
Right.
not arguing religion.
I think it's I like the fact that they're identifying with some because Guatemala seemed like Guatemala, you know, and so those are people who had a certain culture and a cultural beliefs and things like that. And so why is it not possible, that they are who they because our ancestors are here reborn through us. And so when we begin to identify with our ancestors and our bloodline, excuse me, we're led to so many different places. Um, and when we study the journeys of those people, see, we be so busy studying the journey of everybody else, but you ain't studied your own family's journey.
Study
You know what I'm
self.
saying? Yes, study self first. And so my family is between Alabama and California and northern Alabama, and established in a free uh part of town that just recently has been turned over to the city. But
Mm.
when the first people came over, the Mississippians, they established that land out there in 1929, and that was the year my grandfather was born, and he moved there and built his own home as a teenager. My grandfather was a teenager when he got that property and built a home that he raised. My mother was the 14th child to my grandmother, and so the last of the series. And so it's a lot when you it's much better when you understand the journeys that your family has taken. Unfortunately, on my mother's side, her mother and her father, both their mothers died at birth, giving birth,
Mm.
and that was during the time when gynecology was coming in, and they were using women as their
Guinea pigs.
guinea pigs, yes, to test out those uh,
To
terrible, horrible
Yep.
tools that they use to insert into women and defile their body in a very obstructive way. And so, um, yeah, so both their mothers did not make it through childbirth. And at some point in 2018, I had this really strong connection to that experience. And I could do nothing but cry because I could feel the pain. I couldn't physically feel the pain, but I could spiritually feel the pain that those women endured uh, during childbirth and the development of gynecology. Yeah, I don't agree with gynecology or gynecological practices.
Hmm. What
Because
the whole medical industry is veterinary.
yeah, what you
So
mean veterinary? Like animals?
yeah, it's veterinary. That's what it is. The whole
I
study
agree. They
of it.
created these. They created these things for animals before they had them available to humans.
Yes.
because because the tribes operated in their own fashions, and they had their own medicine people and their own doulas and midwives and things. Those people who were gifted in those areas that the tribe had pointed out and developed those skills, or allowed them to develop their skills within the tribes. They didn't go outside for things like childbirth and medicines and things like that. The outside was coming to those people for remedies to get well, hottie toddies and things like that.
Yeah. Hotties, hotties. Yes, ma'am. I wonder if most of the people know what a hottie toddy is.
Oh, hottie toddy is a bourbon or whiskey warmed with some lemon and some honey in it, and you
Amen.
drink it down, and you have you a good night resting and feeling and sweating it out, because you finna sweat all night.
And if you brave, you sit up under your covers with a flashlight, read a book, and enjoy the ride.
Yeah. Yeah, because it's a good one. That's like, yeah, I don't feel good, but I feel good. Yeah, it's one of them.
Yes. Don't. I don't encourage people to drink, but if you're gonna drink, don't waste it by going to sleep. That's a way you gonna spend it, and then you drink, and then you go to sleep. That's a waste of the money. You gotta be able to stay up and enjoy it. So that's one of the ways you can measure your alcoholism too. That if you drink and go to sleep, that's a sign of alcoholism too. You're out, so you don't know how
Well,
much you drink.
that makes sense. Excuse me. That does make sense. Because why would you become inebriated to sleep? Like, what was your whole point?
Yes.
With some
What
people
was
can't
you?
help that, and then they don't go to sleep the traditional way. Back out.
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Overdo it. Just go
I
way
enjoy it.
overboard. So, yeah,
Look,
that's where discipline
we're
comes
getting
in.
a lot of people on board, and brother Jesse is running for office where he's at in Denver.
Right. I heard,
Right.
and
Heard, and
he's
he's
he frequents
he
the
frequents the
political
political
elections and things like
elections
that.
and things
And
like
I
that.
do hope
And
that
I do
one
hope
day
that one day
the people
the
see
people
that
see
he
that
is
he is
able to
able
handle
to handle
that job
that
and
job.
position. Um
But if not, bro,
sometimes
Sometimes
we can
there
use those
yeah,
skills right here, and we not questioning.
right,
right.
because
Um,
it'll be for a greater benefit. But the
but
thing
the
is
thing
I've
is,
even told Sunstar Jesse
Sunstar
this
Jesse, um,
before. You
before,
know, if you're gonna deal
gonna
with
deal with
people on a
people on a
political
political
level,
level,
you have
you
to
have to
be able to
be able
see
to
them
see them
outside of
outside
their
of
race.
race.
These are your
These are your
constituents.
constituents.
And so
And so
if they
they
are
are
coming to
coming to
you
you
for
for
assistance,
assistance.
are you
Are you
denying them
denying
because they're not
they're not
black?
black?
Are you
Are
telling
you
these
telling these
constituents that
constituents that
they
they
are not
are not
valid
valid
or
or
worthy of
worthy
your
of your
time?
time?
Because if
Because
that's the
It don't
case,
matter.
huh?
It don't matter.
Right, as if
Right,
they
and
don't matter, they are
they
going
are going
to vote you
vote
out
you
of
out
there
of there
and
and
get rid of
get
you as
rid of
quick
you
as
as
they
quick as they
possibly can
possibly can
because you
because
have an
you have an
ulterior
ulterior
motive
motive
to
to
harm
harm
people
people
by your
by your
position.
position.
And so
And
I've
so I
already stated that,
stated
but
that
as you can
you can
see
see
through time and the
time
weeks, he's coming
he's coming
through and he's
he's
engaging
engaged
and he's
and he's
opening up a
opening
bit
up a bit
more,
more,
but
but
it doesn't
it doesn't
change.
change.
You know, you got
So
to
you gotta
understand that
understand that
when you
when you
enter
enter
into their
their
realms, either
realms,
you got to
you gotta
be
be
a
a
nigga,
nigga.
or
Or
if you're not
if
going
you're
to be
not
a
gonna be
nigga,
a nigga,
shuck and jive
second
for
job,
'em, then you
then
can just
you
go
just go
ahead and give
ahead
it
and
up.
give it up.
And so
And
that's
so
why
that's why
Sunstar El
Sunstart
Yah
L
is
y'all
saying,
saying
if you
if
done
you
shucking
done
and
shut
jiving,
down,
you can come
you can
over
come
here
over here
and
and
do it
do
right.
it right.
But you can't
But you
be
can't
on
be
that
on
black
that
talk.
black talk.
And you can't be with you can't be working with them. If you're
Yeah,
working with them, we can all work together, but you can't be in our inner plans if you're with the United States.
right.
And even in your office, you might get in trouble trying to work in our inner plans from your office and your duties to them. So
Right.
you couldn't be in the office, and you got to understand that. And we're not bringing you any money to make you vote a certain way, whether it benefits us or not. That ain't what because we're not allowing it with our so-called politicians, our sheiks and stuff, to get a vote. You can't pay them. No political action committees, no PACs, or no lobbyists to buy votes for businesses, especially when you might be poisoning water or something. So we're not gonna do it that way. Uh, so yeah, good luck, but
My
so you
bad.
want to play one of your songs?
We could play something
Something
else.
else.
You gonna dig back through 'em? I
Mm-hmm.
do. I want it to be a mixture of everything and everybody when we're done as we go through this. Everybody gets
Okay.
like we were listening to a radio station. Everybody gets a turn on the mic.
Okay.
And
Well,
Okay,
let me
well,
let me take my
you take
turn
my
then.
turn.
yes,
Okay. So, oh man, I hope his thing didn't die all the way because he ain't popped back on here yet. Oh man, come on. All right, there you go. Okay.
I
I
was
was
trying
like,
to mute my mic.
okay. All right. So I don't know what to play. Uh, so I'm like,
Well,
this my turn. What I want to play?
okay, so to punch the message home even further.
Hmm.
Uh, for everyone individually, 42 laws of my aunt. For mothers and my aunt Indigo Task Force.
You know
For
what? I want to hear Indigo Task Force. Do I have that on here?
yes, you do.
Yes, here it is. Let's hear Indigo Task Force.
Okay.
Matriarch LLC presents to you the Indigo Task Force. We stand against genocide, mothers around and unusual crime against women and children, population control, germ, chemical, and biological warfare, along with the invasion of foreigners operating on our land, usurping the people and the resources unlawfully. Indigo Task Force. Mothers are the overseers of the growth and development of our youth. We are the Total Recall, the Indigo Task Force, the Total Recall of the matriarch. We stand against genocide, cruel, and unusual crime against women and children. Population control, germ, chemical, and biological warfare. Safe haven. Matriarch LLC stands with revolutionary women. The Indigo Task Force. Mothers around the world, it's the return of the matriarch. The Indigo Task Force are the chosen sons and daughters, the forerunners, the recon team. Collecting data to teach the next generations in remembrance of previous lifetimes. We protect Indigo tribes. We are the Care Bears. Mama Bears, the Beanie Queens, protecting our legacy, our progeny, creating safe havens. Fort Matriarch got boots on the ground. We are the Indigo Task Force. We are the matriarchal power. We're standing in the gap as we keep it moving forward with boots on the ground. We're on divine assignment, connecting mothers in the right alignment to protect the Indigo tribes as we advocate against injustice. We are the Indigo Task Force. The Indigo Task Force. We stand against genocide, cruel and unusual crimes against women and children. Population control, germ, chemical, and biological warfare, along with the invasion of foreigners operating on our land, usurping the people and the resources unlawfully. Mothers are the overseers. The Indigo Task Force is standing in the gap for family caregivers, here to protect our special needs with compassion, consideration, patience, and understanding. We stand in the gap for the mental health crisis we are faced with internally and externally. We form up like ants, information and unity. It's time for activation of ITF, the Indigo Task Force. We must form a union of bodies who are willing and able to activate. In the process of the bloodless revolution is the only solution. Return of the matriarch. We are the Indigo Task Force. Indigo Task Force.
Return of the matriarch.
Islamism.
Islamism. So I was listening to this song today, right? And I was like, oh my goodness. I didn't even realize what was happening when I did this song and how it would be significant to what is going on in the political elections and this big debate about reproduction and the woman's body. And in this song, I speak on, you know, population control. is not acceptable. You cannot control the population. If people are having babies, that's because their body was ready and received what took place in an act of love. You know what I'm saying? And in the situations where it's not in an act of love, no one should be told what to do with their bodies in those situations. Um, so basically, the Indigo Task Force is standing against any type of communication or decisions where you outside of another person's body can tell that person what to do with their body. Example, I have daughters. My one keeps cutting her hair short on this side now and it's long on the other side. She got like this little thing going on, right? It's like all the way. It's just like she got, and it's cute. It's her. It's how she see herself. She's 11, right? And so I remember being 11, 12 years old and cutting my own hair. I had a whole little mushroom style because uh, I cut all the dead ends off. You know what I'm saying? So my hair could move freely because when you don't have dead ends, your hair has more volume and it can move and it's, you know what I'm saying? So we just had this thing where we wanted to smell our hair when we shook our hair. We wanted our hair to smell good. This was just this thing that, and we it was always our hair. It was our hair was so important to our daily life. You know what I'm saying? I used to wear a little pineapple ponytail with the bangs. You know what I'm saying? And them curls had to be right. You know what I mean? You had to have the right material. Your edges had to be slicked up. Everything had to be all nice and neat. You know what I mean? And so, my point, I don't know. Oh man, my point
you
is,
were you
hmm
were speaking to about like the individuality of everybody and everybody coming in and learning at their own pace. You think that
basically, that ties up or what I was saying earlier to that right there. But in that song, basically dealing with germ, biological, and chemical warfare uh is not something that we talk about very often. And the germ, there's supposed to be another strike up of COVID-19, which is a different strand. And I was asked at the hospital if I had taken the shot, and I said no. And I was like, is that okay? And she was like, well, I was just asking because there's this new strand out and it's only affecting the people who've had the shot.
oh,
And so, um, right. And so it's gonna be it's coming around to that season where people are going to be getting sick and things like that. So I would encourage anyone who's listening, um, if you have a regiment that you do, be
vigilant.
vigilant and be on purpose, especially with your children being in school and things like that. So for me, I've um, I've already
We are not giving medical advice based on
no
the situation or the subject of COVID. We are not into whatever anybody wants to do is
right.
fine. We are just stating what we did and how what for us.
Thank
What
you.
we do is not for everybody, and we already got we already got a show struck for it. We're not gonna go for it again. We're not gonna have it. I'm not going to say for educational purposes because we're not trying to teach you to do what we did.
Right.
We are just saying what we did in our adventure in life. We don't have a right to talk about our adventure in life. Why not?
Right. Our decisions and choices and experience through our walking journey. So that's all we're doing is sharing the journey through this information and what that looks like. Uh, but anyway, now the okay, so okay, so on the show description it states that this show is a forensic analysis of our social, economic, and spiritual condition. I think we have shit. I think we have covered a great portion of that in this topic and conversation that we've had thus far. And can we identify waste of energy and time that would enhance current efforts? Can we identify waste of energy? So that was a part of what we were talking about earlier in how basically the relationship thing. You know what I'm saying? It's a waste of energy to go forward with someone you don't really know, and then to find out that when you do get to know them, that they're not what you wanted or you're not what they wanted, and now there's a separation and there's children involved. You know what I'm saying? There's property involved and all these other things. Or you were a meal ticket and they were getting over and comfortable with you doing everything for them, so they don't want to let you go, so they defame you.
Can I get
And
really petty? Can I
yeah,
can I get really petty? Okay,
yeah,
so especially after not being attached to anyone for a while, like I realized that even before I got married, I like being alone and I like my quiet time. And when I want to do something, I like being able to do what I want to do. So
yeah,
if you're playing the funk, it's like you're wasting my time
yeah.
with your energy and your
That's
breath.
a fact.
You're wasting my time, but your energy and breath is what you're wasting. And so
Mm,
I get short on giving you the energy because I'm going to be
right.
keep doing what I'm doing. And so then therein lies the separation or the breakup or difficulty right there. But
Uh-huh.
in the examination of it, I know I'm just stating for myself. I'm not gonna after time, I won't put any energy into anything else that is about it. But so that's a relationship. A lot of us get caught with our energy in daily work at a job.
What you
And
Oh,
I know
okay, yeah.
I know we need to work, right? But when you work so much, or when you work 8 hours a day and you when you come home, you look forward to those 2 days off and you don't advance yourself, you don't edify yourself in something beyond what you're doing, that's what I say is wrong that you're working for somebody else because
Yeah.
you're not continuing your path,
Facts.
your journey. You allow yourself to get stuck in the road. You're wasting energy. You're
To
wasting
be
a whole lot of
used, to
to
be
say
misused and abused.
to be misused and abused. So I have an uncle who breathed in some stuff at his job. Now, this whole time, the tank downstairs in the basement was messing up, and they know they shouldn't have been down there next to that tank and nowhere next to. But in order to keep their job, they kept going. You know what I tell the boss and everybody else? Guess what? You're going in that particular area today. You're not sending me. As long as that gas and that stuff, see, I've never been in the military, but I do know a whole lot of military stuff. If Sarge, if that's what you told me to do, I need a demonstration. And if Sarge ain't giving me a demonstration, I'm not going in there. He ain't gonna leave it up to me. I need a demonstration. So you want me to walk into this gaseous place every day? You will go first.
Hmm. That's
But
what they actually they do. Being in the army, they will the drill sergeants go in and they take off their mask and they show you how hardcore they are, you know, and you got to go in there and they put their mask back on, and now you got to go and prove that you can be hardcore too. So
okay,
Everything that they put you through, they had to go through already. Because how they gonna train you and they don't know what they're training you through. So
and
they
so
had to overcome those things first so they can encourage and empower you. They already know what it is once they've already gone through the training. So yeah, so that's military right there. There's nobody. Only thing is officers don't do what the enlisted do. That's the difference. Officers and enlisted. The officers sit at their desk and they delegate and tell everybody what to do, even when they don't even know what it takes to do it. Now, some of them want to learn because they want to be effective leaders. And so those officers, I didn't mind talking to and giving them some game. You know what I'm saying? Because I used to be a training NCO. So I was in charge of all the training activities and making sure that everything was, lined up in order and keeping up the data for whatever took place. I was in admin personnel. So, and I worked in basic training unit for 4.5, 5 years. And then I went and I was in another training unit so I was in two training units in Kentucky and in Fort Jackson, South Carolina, Fort Knox and Fort Jackson. And that we did to handle the graduations and the certificates and things like that, keeping up with the data and information so we could process them through their training period and their 8 weeks of basic training.
no,
Yep.
I was trying to get in the Air Force, but I had asthma, so they considered me a reject. But
Mm-mm.
but I took the test, and the recruiter, because my mother told him I was a knucklehead, he was at my house every day until they called me a reject. I never seen that dude, heard from that dude again after they called me a reject. He was at my
Wow.
house every day making sure I didn't get in any trouble. I didn't do any, and that's how high I passed on the test. And so he was trying to make sure that I went in because all I want, and I'm gonna tell you right now,
Oh man.
in the military, and I understood you get orders, you take orders. And I wanted an airplane. And the only thing I wanted attached to my airplane was bombs. And somebody to say drop it. And I had to drop the only place I wanted to drop it was over here. I'd have dropped it any other place that they told me to drop a bomb, hit a missile. And see, I like sports and stuff. I could throw a rock. I could throw a rock and hit a moving person. I'm gonna let you run into a rock. I could throw a football. I could throw a baseball. I'm not too good at basketball or playing basketball, but if I stand in one spot long enough and I get the ball, I'll hit the three every single time. I hit a free throw every single time. Out of 10 times, I'll miss once. If that, it'll take the 12 to make me miss a free throw. So I got good aim. Now you give me a machine that lines up and adjusts for wind. Oh, I'll be knocking everything over. So it's kind of like a good thing I didn't go because that would have. I
No,
still
your mind would have been redirected once you got there because you wouldn't know you can't just drop bombs on ain't
I'm
nobody
waiting.
dropping no bombs.
I'm waiting for orders. I'd have did black ops and everything. I'm telling you, my mind was. My mind was prepared to go into. I'd have made a career. I'd be in it right now. They could call on me and depend. I might not be able to swim through the ocean too much anymore and all of that. But to station up somewhere and wait for people who are doing that and get them through, I'd be doing that right now. That'd be the only thing I want to do.
Oh wow, that's serious.
And that's how building our
And you
nation.
could
That's the only
and
thing.
you couldn't go. Well, you know what? It's a good thing that you couldn't go because you may not be this person that you are now if you had, because you know how much of shedding I had to do just to get back to me after being in the service.
Yes,
And
ma'am.
just it was just really it was really different. You don't know yourself too much anymore. You become what you have to be. I learned how to separate from personal and professional, and not to bring anything professional into my personal life, and not to bring anything from my personal life into my professional life. So
Amen.
I didn't deal with people that I worked with because that is messy and it's ugly and nasty when it's not going the way for one of the people.
Yep.
So no, we don't get down like that um, unless you was mature, and that take vetting and
Uh,
time.
yeah, and
Yeah,
I never had the time to
right.
try to figure things out. I didn't even care because the money was involved. So nothing, and I don't know, like, so like people got addicted to crack, the drug. Some of us got addicted to the money and a lifestyle, and
Yeah,
I was one. And that money hit our hands, and I mean, like,
it's a different feeling.
it's not just a different feeling. It's 2 seconds ago. Two
Yes,
seconds ago, I was broke.
right.
I ain't have a dime to my name. Now I'm holding $250. 2 seconds later.
Just that fast because they want it.
Yeah, I was addicted. I didn't know what to do, and like, like I call it the pirate syndrome. Seeing that, right? We out here getting it. We avoiding the police, but we getting this money at every turn that we can get. And it's like, yo, but I never considered myself like I knew I couldn't build a future off selling drugs.
Right.
So I always had a job.
I always seen it look like it's like a stepping stone into something. You know that's not something you supposed to do, but it's so hard for some people to come off of that because it's so quick and it's so fast. And excuse me, all you gotta know is the right person. To Joe, that one, that one, he gonna tell it or she gonna tell everybody need to be told. And now you got everybody
No,
coming.
really in the game, all you need, all you needed was three people, and Friday or Saturday night,
Hmm.
and you made money. That was it. In the Sunday morning, Friday, Saturday night, into Sunday morning, your money made.
Oh
The
yeah.
rest of the week, what is you out there getting money for? All the money got sucked up over the weekend. You ain't getting nothing but crumbs through the week until next Friday. So nobody needs to be. And no, it was like one day the police drove by us, and brothers were standing out there. The people were standing out there with the gold on and stuff like that. And the police was like, and I work all day for mine, and drove off. But the attitude that they had, I picked up on it. They mad at the way people dressed out here and niggas looking good. They don't want niggas. So guess what? I got me a pair of raggedy boots. I was working, and when I went out there, it looked like I was coming home from work or on my way to work, and I was never disturbed by them and anything that I was doing. And then
Because you don't look like the typical suspect.
I started wearing suits every day. And so I really got left alone because
Mm,
now I was working jobs worthy of wearing suits. So they just left me alone. I go anywhere I want, do anything I want. And because I wasn't making myself available to them to stand on a corner and talk to them for 3 hours about nothing, and
you
they're
ain't make
doing their
yourself a
job talking to
target.
me. Yeah, thank you. So
You
yeah,
look
but
different. You didn't lean into the culture.
and all of it to me was a part of the hip hop culture, all the
Right.
action that I seen, and every way everybody dealt, all that to me was negative to me in a way that we carried it out and we presented it. And even down to today, the way it's
No,
lived.
not what is, well, I guess we, but not we. Um, because I don't get down like that, and I don't agree with it.
But
Um,
you're not the face of hip hop.
no, I'm not. So we didn't do anything.
Right. So those who are the face of hip hop,
Yeah,
they're the ones who are hip hop. And so then
right.
you look at all our women gotta be naked. We gotta know what their butts look like in order for them to be fabulous to the point
They
where
want
go and
that.
they
Hell
get
yeah. I don't know why you ain't getting this in your mind. They shop on Sheen for this stuff on purpose.
it's because the industry
It's
directs
okay.
them.
No, look. The industry wouldn't be doing what they doing if people wasn't agreeing to do it. They wouldn't, if they, it would be like, oh, this ain't working. We gotta find something else. So everybody want to walk around with their heads wrapped and everything. So let's have them wrap their heads and put the bendy on and come out here and say some old crazy stuff. But then you got the people are agreeing to this. I don't understand. I don't
because they
understand
because
why.
they trying to get the bag. Because they're trying to get the bag. That's the whole thing to me. It's
Okay,
all
trying to get the bag. Um,
it's all a vulture, a predatorial society, and so they trying to get the bag, and there are predators set up to give them the bag. But it's the predators and their setup that are the problem, not the people trying. The innocent people are trying to get the bag. I had a young man tell me in 2006, 2007, that when he was growing up here in New Haven in the 90s, he had to go behind Burger King and Popeyes in their garbage cans at night in order to feed his little. What do you mean you had to go in their garbage cans? I had to go get the food in order to feed my. How the hell that happened? And I'm just looking at it. All I see is me in the 90s with my children. And ain't nobody going in no damn garbage can. How the hell did that happen to you? And he
right.
starts telling me about his life. And when he starts telling me about his life and that his people was on that stuff, I started thinking about our lives. And like, damn, so for what he's saying, I could have been serving his parents. And that's the reason why I could have been the one who took the money that was supposed to be feeding him and
That's
his
deep.
brothers and sisters. Cause I don't know, huh?
That's deep.
And so that made me feel some kind of way about a whole bunch of stuff that we just take as normal. You see what I'm
Yeah.
saying? And I see myself as a vulture and a predator in that particular.
Mm.
And I was addicted to the lifestyle and the money. You couldn't tell me nothing. I knew for a fact that if I didn't want to work all these two, I'm not going to work for 3 months. And then all of a sudden we need money. Oh, I got $180. Let me go get a couple of 8 balls. I'll sit out here for the weekend. I got $3,000. So everything is paid for. I'm going back to sleep. I love the lifestyle.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I get that. I get that. I enjoyed my little time and my share in it. Um that's all I'm gonna say, but uh I understand uh that, but at the same time, um that's deep. That's just really deep. That's a deep revelation um to have, and it's one that after so long, once you get it, you can't you can't keep doing that. to yourself or to other people. It's no way. Now, once you get that revelation, it's not worth it. You know what I'm saying? That didn't happen, or that story didn't come to you the way that it did by coincidence. That was something that you needed to hear, that was put into your path, into your presence, into your ear, so you could hear the other side of what you were doing, so you could choose then what choice to make. Now, people don't always choose the right way. They choose to go the left or the wrong way or whatever. It's not always left that's wrong, but they always choose to go the opposite direction from what is morally right. And so we got to get to the point to where when we're making decisions in our life, that we are checking our moral compass to see where we are morally. And if it doesn't align with morals and principles and tenets that are righteous, love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice, if it doesn't line up with those things, then that's not something you want to put your energy into, because then that becomes wasted time and energy. Because at whatever point that you come into realization of what it is that you have done, now you've wasted the time that you could have been progressing. Now you got to go through baby steps all over again, and then that's when you start seeing people that never got off the track. They kept on going, and I love to see that. Through my journey with cancer, there was something that some may say that I could have prevented, and some may say that I couldn't have prevented that at all. It was just the way the cards, the hand that was dealt to me. You know what I'm saying? But however you look at it, the way I look at it is that that was a necessary thing that needed to happen to slow me down. I was moving way too fast, and I was moving so fast that I forgot about the importance of stability for my
Mm.
daughters. And so that was a revelation for me that made me say, okay, I got to settle down, and I got to figure out what it is that I want to do and why I want to do it, and what type of example am I trying to set for my daughters. And so that's how we got to where we are today, because I had to analyze my decisions and my choices and what was going to be best for us as a collective whole, not just for me. And so in that decision, um,
And not just for them.
and it's not just for them. But initially, though, this is what I'm trying to tell you. Initially, it was for them. It was like I'm sacrificing for them. I chose them over me. And so, in me choosing them over me through cancer, I had to realize that I had to choose me. And in choosing me, it was going to cover them
Amen.
automatically. I didn't have to
Amen.
neglect myself.
Amen.
So I learned to pay attention to myself, and to understand that it was important for me to be in good health and to be here so I could teach them what they needed to know to prepare them for this life. Because cancer, when it struck my life, it changed my outlook on life, because I know and I understand that something like that could take you out of here. But I was able to beat it, and I feel victorious.
And we are grateful that you did.
Right. And so it took for me to, and still I battle with things, you know what I'm saying? I'm not perfect. but at the same time I try to make the best decisions as far as like what I'm eating and what I'm intaking, and I pay attention to my body and what's going on. I've been going to physical therapy because my back went out on me, as we talked about the previous shows from now. But I did an assessment on Tuesday, and the physical therapist told me I'm like 65% better than where I was when I started, and that it would be like maybe 2 more weeks and I wouldn't even need to come back anymore. And I was like, what do you mean 2 weeks? I'm not ready to, be let loose to do this on my own. And I had to think about that because that's what I was feeling. And so when I started thinking about that, I was like, wait a minute. I've already started a regimen, a routine of going to physical therapy on these certain days at these certain times. So I need to keep that same regimen. I got the membership to the gym now. So now all I got to do is just take that time and go to the gym. Get ready like I'm getting ready to go to physical therapy because this is my physical therapy. So now I have to become my physical therapist. So I'm ready now to do more. They done got me doing, I'm talking about 50 pounds in each arm, dead pressing up off from my back. And I'm like, all this is so sore, but this is where I need to be strengthening up because of the surgery that I had due to the the cancer. So I don't know. It's important to know these things about people. You know what I'm saying? If they're willing to share, and I am willing to share my story for anyone who is dealing with or has dealt with or knows someone who is dealing with. There is life with cancer and there's life after cancer, right? And so it's a beautiful thing when you learn to live even with it. And so I chose to have a double mastectomy, and a year later I did the reconstruction. And so I'm still in a my point of sharing that is the fact that I'm still in recovery, and that recovery period is like 5 years of treatment. So my body is still going all whack and crazy. And so I have to pay attention to what I'm eating. I have to pay attention to what I'm doing, what I'm ingesting and things like that. And how what I'm ingesting, how it's affecting my body, whether it's a positive reaction or a negative reaction. Anything negative, I'm getting rid of and I'm not dealing with it because I see the difference in my body and I see how I'm feeling different. So that right there takes time and study and research and discipline to execute. You know what I'm saying? And that's just not with cancer, that's with anything. And so right excuse me, right now I'm struggling with discipline to get organized. And so that's just where I am now. But it's a process of growth and development, and taking the steps to do what needs to be done when it needs to be done. Don't waste time.
Yeah, don't waste time. Don't waste time. Don't give it away. Don't give it away. Don't let any of the leeches have any of your time, any of your energy. Be you. And remember, we haven't advanced beyond our ancestors in duty to self. All
Yeah,
of the technological advancements mean nothing if we don't learn how to treat each other better. And that all starts with treating yourself better.
that's
And,
right.
and if you can't treat yourself better, something wrong. And
Right.
this has always been the main point of everything that we stood on about self, and then everything else that comes after that. And even the way we build everything. It all starts with self, and nobody's arguing with you except you. and, and if you just don't bring religion to the table, and we all should be able to build.
That part. Religion is always a negative divider. And why is that? You know what I'm saying? Why? Because everybody wants to be right. Everybody wants to have the story of origin, and then when it comes to the story of origin, originality, authenticity, we don't even want to acknowledge what's real and true. And that has been documented, things that they could not get rid of, things that are plain in sight right there. Moors, and Moors in all different languages and dialects, all kind of pictorial evidence. Men and women look royal and distinctive. You know what I'm saying? Like distinguished.
Amen.
And now we walking around here acting like we can't even speak clearly enough to be understood by a mass group of people. How to
It's
put
because
words together. You know what
it's
I'm
because
saying?
you don't, it's
How to
because you don't
formulate
understand
thought.
yourself. It's because you don't understand yourself.
That's true. And so because you don't understand yourself, how do you expect to see? That's why there's so much confusion. Oh, I can't stand confusion. That's what I was trying to tell you before we came on. So when we was in the store the other day, I didn't realize, because I hadn't been in the store, and I was, when you're going through these aisles, they got all the stuff there to keep your attention, to make you keep buying stuff all the way up to the register. So I just like to look at those things sometimes. Sometimes I might find something that I like, that, oh, I've been looking for this. I'm so glad they had this up here, type deal. All right. So I'm looking, and I guess the cashier, she said, I can help you right here. I didn't hear her. My daughter was advancing towards her, but I wasn't moving. So the lady, I don't know, I didn't hear. And my daughter, I was like, oh, okay. So I turned around and start walking to, and she's looking, the cashier's looking crazy and confused, like she don't know what's going on. And then my daughter is trying to lead me to the self checkout, which I'm not paying attention to, because the lady over here done caught my attention and confused me. And I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna go back over here until y'all figure out whatever y'all got going on, because it's confusion going on, and I don't like confusion. And so I just stood there, and then my daughter was like, "Mama, we could use the self checkout." I was like, "Well, why you ain't just say? Why you ain't just say that? Got me up here talking. I done called this lady crazy for confusing me." And we the ones causing the confusion. So I thought that was funny yesterday. But yeah, so I don't like confusion. I would rather step aside and let all the pieces fall to where they're gonna fall at, so I can look around and say, okay, see, yeah, that's it. That piece goes with that piece over there. It's a little four-piece puzzle. You know what I'm saying? A little simple puzzle.
That's why I don't like debates, because there's never a conclusion, or there's never a solution at
Never.
the end of the debate. It's just two people, they're yelling at each other, or five people, 10 people, they're yelling back and forth at each other, and then everybody takes claim for kicking the other one's butt
It's
verbally.
bragging rights. That's
What?
all. It's all about bragging rights. Who the top, who got the most bars. Okay, so it's just like battle rap. You know what I mean? It's just like freestyling on the information that you know. So these are people who, because they gotta be lyrically well intellectual in their way and approach of speaking, because if you're not an intellectual, you cannot debate another intellect.
Intellectual. Yeah. Yeah.
Intellectual, your intellect will not compare. You don't have intellect to battle an intellectual. So that is finish him type situation. Like, you should have never stepped up. I just like, look, don't step up to the plate if you can't handle, you
Oh
know,
my God.
don't step up to the plate now, cause I just don't let the smooth taste fool you. I just look like this now. I just
So
look like this.
I participated in one of the groups, and I'm telling you, this was a while ago, and it came to the point where I started like calling people names, like
Oh man, see,
I would call
you let
some.
them pull you in. You was like, yeah, I'm gonna go on into this time warp zone.
Yeah, and do it better and do it better than you because you like the information y'all are giving. Number one, to me, is whack and off. Number two, you're trying to tell me who I am and who what I said. Well, you're trying to get me to battle with you on a particular wavelength that you want to bring out. So based on the fact that I said one thing, you're saying something else. So now you're Mr. Articulately challenged. And every time you came in the group, Mr. Articulately challenged is here. And I would hit him off like that. And I had all of them. Mr. and misinformed. I had them all because even when they talked with each other, it's like we're not trying to get a solution. I'm just stating my point. You're just, well, what's the sense of us both just sitting here stating points? So,
Right. We're
so
never
now,
going to agree. And people who debate already have in their mind that they're not going to agree with you. The objective is to never agree, to continuously disagree. So that's why people who debate will never see unity, because that's not in their DNA. It's not in their mindset. It's not in their life at all. They're always divisive. They're always gotta be right, gotta be heard. You know what I'm saying? And so, yeah. Mm-mm. See, I take issue with them type of people, because number one, I'm not. I don't see the point in debating, so I don't debate. But I will get my point across. And if you don't get my point, I will make a whole example out of you, so you never be confused again.
and
Never be confused.
I was doing, I was doing everybody in the group like that. I was making
Yeah.
examples of everybody, and then some people, some people like,
You're not supposed to go on them shows. You're not welcome.
yeah, no, they kicked me out. We would go to sleep, right? I would go to sleep on a subject. I would go to sleep. We left it alone. Wake up the next morning, and people done put me in the conversation. And at Elia. Now I'm waking up to like at Elia, is y'all stupid? You should have left me sleep.
That's why I don't get into it. These people on the internet, they will keep a thing going for weeks. Do you hear me? And then I done had people come and try to debate me and attack me on my opinion. Like, that's my opinion. That is not no. That, that's what I think when I observe what I observe in a way, in a manner that made me feel like I could answer this question, or I could respond to this scenario that has been placed on this public platform for anyone to. So you picked me out of all these people. You picked my comment to come over here. And so now that you done got me involved, oh, now I got time. Now I got time just for you. I got time. I'm finna go through your page. I'm finna go through your friends' page. Oh, I'm finna tear your ass up. Because as soon as you come at me, I got everything I need. Please believe me. I done did my research. You will not mess with me no more. Oh, you gonna get me blocked. Oh, okay then. You gonna report my page and get me blocked. So I stopped playing with people like that because they will entice you to do that just so they can do what they want to do, and that's to block your page. Show yourself ignorant so there you may be treated as an ignorant person.
He
People
came on
get
my front page. He came on my front page talking about God told me to talk to you.
oh, people be so funny. They don't
I,
be knowing who they dealing with. They
I
just be
took him through the ringer. I took him through the ringer all the way to the point of, see, I knew you was lying from the beginning because me and God already got an understanding. I don't go to his house. He don't come to my house. I don't get in his business, and he don't get in mine. So why would God then send you? So either your God broke his word, yo, I snapped on. But I did it in a nice way. He didn't have any answers for me when I got done with him because me
yeah,
and God already had a conversation. God don't talk to me.
no, he realized, and this was the moment he knew he messed up. When that was the moment he knew he messed up. When you went all the way there with him, he knew not to play with you ever again. Um,
Yeah.
and anybody else reading the post, that is too funny. Look, I stopped it. I had to leave people. I don't even look. I don't even. I don't even get them type of that. Now every now and then somebody may come and try to attack me on one of them BWA group chats, Breadwinner Association, Kevin Gates,
Okay.
yeah. So I'd be on there, somebody to come and try to pick at my comment or something. I'd be like, I ain't finna argue y'all. You don't even know me. Why did you pick my comment out of everybody's comment on here? You picked me to come and poke at. Leave me alone. And I don't even argue with them. Now, every now and then, somebody might get me on one of them days. I got time for you. You know what I'm saying? And I might have to put you in your place so you know. You know what I'm saying? I still got a fire that burns inside of me. Please don't strike the match. Don't throw no gasoline over here because I will go up in flames and you coming right along with me if you close enough.
Yes, ma'am.
And my flames move fast because I'm air.
When I first found out that or understood that the El Yah was in the Bible, and it's my last name, I beat those Christian folks to an inch within their life.
I know that's right. You took him to the text.
Yeah, oh my God, I was burning on them every which way. Elohim, who do you think they was talking about? They was talking about me.
OMG.
Because throughout the history, all the Caesars have said, I walked with the gods. So
Mm-hmm.
it was extra funny to me that my last name was actually El Yah. It became extra funny because we walk with the gods. And here in the Bible, you deal with El and Yah as God in the Bible. So we really walk amongst gods. But we allowed ourselves to be tricked in the study of it and in the understanding of it.
What do you mean we?
Our people from time till now
Okay, so
were fooled
you
into the
know we're
understanding of
still
God.
we're still not all the same though, right? You understand that during the time of slavery and these breeding farms and things like that, that there were certain things that they did, and these children of this breed of species, human species, is a hybrid breed of the original people. And they took on the term black and African American. And that's why they sway to it so easily, because it is in their DNA.
To be black and African American?
Don't they breed cattle to slaughter? And if they see the people's property and chattel, don't you think they were bred to do these things? These are people
Well,
who,
that's a whole nother concept of of what's being said, and a reason why some people are just so clingy to it. That could be said for a whole nother reason why. But that's see that whole
I mean, that
hybrid.
could be a part of it. That could be a part of it. And not only that, people, it became so easily adoptable because the family system had broke up and people started beginning to forget who they are because they were told that their grandmothers were crazy for talking the way they was talking by telling them the truth. So many people have stories of their grandmother and great great grandmothers sometimes being the ones to tell them, don't believe what they say. We are Cherokee. We are
Yeah,
this and we are that, and we are not that. That is
yeah,
not who we are. And instead of going with that, the children of that generation were already warped because they were in the school system being taught against them as they were savages and uncivilized, enemies of the people, dangerous, all these ugly, nasty, mean words that you could think of a culture of people. Now you don't want to associate with that. And they say this is what black people are, and black people are in wearing suits and ties and politicians and telling you we're black and we're proud and all these things. So yeah, I want to be that. So yeah, I'm
yeah.
gonna be black, and you can keep that Indian stuff to yourself because that ain't what they look like in the school books. That ain't what we look like. We got nappy hair. You know what I'm saying? We don't have good hair. So now all these different ideologies that have been programmed into the minds of these children starting at home because they started with the elders first in enslaving them and beating them and making them submit to what they did not voluntarily agree with. And so they tried to keep the truth, but the children of that generation did not keep the truth. They hid the truth. Because what we're
So that's
talking about today, they know already, they just don't talk about it.
so when I say we have been indoctrinated by the Abrahamic faith, I mean our people, because they have taken on these type of thinkings and thoughts of us, and that's we. When I say we, the majority of us who think and operate in an inferior manner, because you're taking your cue from an inferior position, and then you're carrying it out into the rest of the world. Whereas we're not saying we're superior or better than anyone, but as opposed to be inferior, I am a superior being.
Right.
Now I
That's
have to,
right.
and so it's up
Whether
to
you
me.
feel inferior to me being superior in my own life, that's on you.
That's
You need to deal with
insignificant.
you because you should feel superior in your own life. And if that's not how you feel, don't try to come over here and rain on my parade.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah,
I'm
and I
having a superior party over here. You can have a superior party or a pity party or an inferior party, whatever you want to have. You keep it over there if it's not superior, like me, because we're not on the same level of thinking. We're not on the same level of operation,
and can't be.
and can't be because you choose not to be. That's not because I said you're not welcome. You're looking at me, but you don't want to do what I had to do to be where I am, to be me. But you jealous of me. That's crazy. That is about the craziest thing. The only reason you can become jealous or envious of anything is if you looking at something that you don't have, looking at what someone else has and judging what you have based on what that other person has.
You're
You know,
coveting.
yes.
And that's what we did after slavery in the 1870s and 80s. We coveted. We started looking at what United States citizens had, and we wanted what United States citizens had. And the only way we could get it as United States citizens was to be Black and African American and Negroes, coloreds under their system.
And
That's
it
the only
made
way.
that's it. It was an easier transition because it was like the same thing that's about to happen soon again, and like the Great Depression is gonna happen again. Time is going to repeat itself. Now, this time, how prepared will we be?
Yes, ma'am.
And at this point, I'm not prepared, but I know I need to go ahead and get prepared, and so I'm gonna start a garden.
Oh, I got my seeds and stuff all around me. I got some downstairs. I got some up here.
I keep seeds, but see, in order to start me out, I seen there's somebody here in Tucson who has some seedlings that have sprouted, and
Oh,
it'll
okay.
be an easy transition into a new space. And so in that way I don't have to deal with the beginning stages of it, because sometimes it be the environment that it's in, and it take a lot, and I be moving around too much to you got to how long you got to keep the condensation going on it, or what's the best method. So I let them teach me as I go and get their seedlings, and I can keep, I'm sure once you buy from them you can keep in touch and keep going back and asking questions if something is going on, how to keep something going. So then therefore that's another network system and link in community building right here on ground, just by making a decision to garden.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
So that's the in the forecast for what I have going on, and what I'm intending to do outside of paperwork.
I even got a couple of peach seeds.
I just got we got some peaches in here. Oh, they so good. And so I threw my peach seed away. I was like, I went in the trash and grabbed that seed. I was like, I'm keeping it. Why am I throwing seeds away? You don't throw no seeds away. I
Right, come on now.
I love to keep seeds. I've given away seeds. I have, donated seeds because I didn't know what to do with them, or I wasn't doing anything with them. So I have donated them. The library here takes seeds, and I could go to the library and get some seeds if I wanted to see what type of seeds they have, or share some of the seeds that I have, and seed for seed, and do it that way. So there's a lot of different ways of community building that they're doing here. I love it here. Um I love it here. It's like
Good.
there's someone running for a political office, and it says vote for Ba, but it said, I think it's I am utopia.com or something like that. um I'm interested in trying to figure out what he got going on, because it seemed like he's kind of doing this organically and grassroots style. And so I seen him putting his own things
Signs
out,
up.
guys
Yeah.
out. Yeah. Uh-huh. He had his little hoodie on. He was all covered up and everything, but I believe that it was him doing that, putting his own size. But anyway, um so, did you want to say something before I go yappity yap again?
No, ma'am. Go ahead.
Okay, so I did want to say, when when you brought this topic up as to are we better uh than our ancestors or more advanced than our ancestors, or like what has changed over the past 3,000 years. um why did you choose 3,000 year as the marker for the look back time?
Oh, well, a couple of reasons, but the main reasons are when we go back through history, they all say it started 3,500 years ago. So
Mm-hmm.
that 25 plus 2024 make 5,024 year period. 5,524 year period of our so-called existence, according to the scriptures and the way they keep history. 3,500 years worth of BC, and then of BC, and then 2024, 3,000 years ago. The condition, or are we just having the same discussions and arguments that they had back then?
Mm-hmm.
Just coming to the same results, or without ever improving anything, or without ever improving ourselves in our social network of each other. And so while we have advancements in television, cars, airplanes, train, we have advancements in all of that, supposedly, right? So,
Mm.
but what has man actually advanced in? And and focusing on cultures and stuff like that, music, art, governance, food, clothing, all of that would go into your culture. What have we really advanced in as a people? As
Okay.
people.
So, what have we advanced in? Um, it seems to me, in my opinion, that there was a like a freezing period in time and technology, where technology was only used by the elite people who had money to get those things. But then when they saw the greater use of it and how it could track people, now it's reading people's thoughts. You know what I'm saying? And people would think this is so far fetched, but you like to say all the time that these phones are the new what you call it, what you call the phones, portable devices that they use to, the glass ball, you know what I'm
Oh, okay.
saying?
Yeah. I was going to ask you, in what perspective did you mean? Because I called them a few things, but yeah, they're the new glass ball.
Right. So when they say, okay, I can see in the future this or whatever, everything is right here at our fingertips now. You remember the magic 8 ball? You ask it a question, and then and a lot of times it can make you believe that it was so real. And so if so I believe that whatever we put our minds to, we can manifest. And if we have a tool to that is magnetically um, connected to the energy, the electrical energy that we possess, then it has what it takes to give an accurate reading if you believe, right? And so that's the energy in our intention that goes with thought. So, whatever we think, it shall be if we put our mind to it, because our heart leans into our hands can do and our feet can carry us through. Right? All right. So, a Ouija board is a portal to bring through spirits and energy. And if you're not careful, you can open the gateway for something evil and terrible to come through. And the energy has to exist within a vessel, and that vessel has to be vulnerable and open, and children are the most vulnerable species on this planet. And so we have to guard our intentions and our children within those intentions, because they are open to different energies being around people. We don't know who people really are. We don't know if it's a mask and they're on assignment in this role. You know what I'm saying? We don't know what people's mission really is. We think everybody's good because we're good. No, they're not. No, everyone is not good, and no, everyone is not bad. You have to have the mind to discern what feels right and what doesn't feel right. And in those cases when it doesn't feel right, are you strong enough, strong hearted enough to stand up to what isn't right? And that has been one of the biggest challenges in my life, was to learn to say no, and put my boundaries up, and safeguard my boundaries, and keep and keep that same energy. You know what I'm saying? um that was one of the toughest things to do, because it's too easy to make everybody else happy, and then when it comes time for you, you too tired to do anything for you. You too worn out. And that's the whole point of working on a job for someone else's dream. You know what I'm saying? No, yeah, it's fine to work a job, but then also have your own thing going on. Don't just completely devote yourself to someone else's dream. They
Don't let
dream.
them devote you to their dreams. Even though you're working, you gotta come home and spend some time to your own.
I mean, but you say that like people don't have a choice. People are making choices every single day. They know that they're not spending time at home, but they love the money that he's bringing home or she's bringing home. So we're
No,
not gonna.
I'm saying somebody who works at McDonald's.
You say that like it's not a hustle.
What, McDonald's?
Yeah.
Okay, so the majority of people. All right, so because I deal with the economics of it. So speaking from that perspective, most of the people who work at McDonald's do not advance beyond McDonald's and McDonald type wage performances as far as jobs. And then these are the first people who end up on the streets and end up needing services. It's in a few warehouse jobs, working at grocery stores. These people go
Because
home and they're unfulfilled in most of their capacities.
why?
And they're not making enough money because they
Why?
have because they have allowed the system to beat them down to the point
No.
so tired from work. I come home, I go to sleep
Okay,
just to
yeah.
get up and go to work again tomorrow. And
Okay.
then we're all one paycheck from being kicked out of our houses and everybody being homeless. So you
Look.
take all of this, and then people don't have the spirit to come home.
That look, what you gonna go to battle for everybody that ain't got no good, that
No,
ain't got the spirit?
I'm telling them to do it. I'm telling them, regardless of your work, you still got to come home and spend time toward yourself. I'm saying that. I'm telling them that. That's
Okay.
what you have to do. I can't make you do it, but I can tell you that's what you have to
The
do.
only thing you can do in that situation is to create it.
Create what?
What you talking about, and show them what you talking about.
I don't understand
What
what you mean
does
by
what
create it.
does it create the job? that they can do without losing themselves, and encourage them to go home and spend time with their family that they supposed to love so
No,
much.
wait. You're misunderstanding my point. When you go home, whatever your dreams are, you got to put an hour or two in at your dreams. And so some of that might be edification and sitting at a computer and studying something. And a
Yeah.
lot of us have adversity to that. We don't want to do that. But then
Yep.
you have two like YouTube University that'll show you how to do certain things. So you come home every day, you're tired. You take 1 hour a week and learn how to paint. 1 hour a week, learn how to. Within your community, you find other painters. It opens up your world. You're not stuck in
Yeah.
that position anymore.
Hell yeah. What you talking about? One must want.
So I'm just throwing ideas out there.
No, I know, but no matter what it is, one must want it. The only thing is the greatest barrier is not knowing the resources exist for what it is that you want to do. So basically, if there's someone who, that's why it's important to share people's things, even if it's not beneficial to you, but if it could benefit someone else, then why not share that information so someone else can catch the drift, and come up off of some good information. So it's like that's why people share nonsense rather than sharing good information. Now what we're going to do, go battle with the whole internet because people sharing all the stupid stuff? But
Ooh,
so do we, no, or do we share more things that are more relevant to more people and continue to do that consistently, and then the algorithm will change, and those who are engaging in that algorithm will continue to be in the algorithm. You got to choose and create your own algorithm. So whatever algorithm they got going on over there, they can have fun, because I'm not going over there in their algorithm to try to take them out of it. No, because I'm going to get off track in my own algorithm. Now I got all this crazy stuff coming over into my algorithm because I went over there to try to save you from your algorithm that you created. Everyone is creating their own reality. And if your reality doesn't match with mine, I am not talking to you because you don't even understand.
I comprehend that too, but there are a lot of people who don't understand
That's
what
why
we're
you
saying.
post it, but that's why you post the information, because guess what? If you seek, you shall find. So when the information is there to be found, that means you did your work. It may not be someone in this day and age. It may be someone 15, 20, 30, 40, 50 years from now talking about a new wave of thinking and the information that was way ahead of time. So whether they agree with us now, their grandchildren will be watching us wondering why their grandparents didn't tell them about us, or the
Right,
information that we're sharing here, why they didn't learn this at home. But
right.
they're thankful that we came on here to do this all these years ago. This is in the future.
Mm-hmm.
We're in the future talking to people right now. And wherever the future is, this conversation and any other conversation we have will make sense at the right time. So we're just here to put the information online so it can be found. Now, here's something very interesting that I want to share. Uh, I've already shared how I come with Akshita Veda, and that name was given to me, permanent sacred knowledge. And so, as we was going and as I was looking for different things to discuss in the process of this show, the Vedas came up because I was like, okay, what were they doing during that time? Because the Vedic astrology was one of the original astrological um readings that was produced for to be duplicated and followed by other people. And so what I learned is the Vedas weren't people, the Vedas were books. Now, I got the name Akshita Veda. Akshita is permanent. Veda is sacred knowledge. So Veda is sacred text of sacred knowledge in a physical manifestation of the Akashic records. That's what the Vedas are. And the Vedas were the most technological of in within out in history. They were had, the information to build spaceships and aircrafts and, different moving uh motor vehicles and things like that, modes of transportation. They use the resources of Mother Earth to create objects that moved and transported. And so these things were already in motion. So then when they start talking about Ford and all these different car uh developers and things like that, they were taking this information from what was already created. Just like these phones are not new, they had them in the James Bond, they was talking on the watch, and then now the Apple Watch and all these other different watches now, are available to people. They got the glasses now that you click the button and it records everything, and then you can even probably see in your lenses what, watching movies and things like that, or seeing something as like virtual reality. They got the VR glasses, the all these virtual reality things now, so you can be inside of the game now. You can literally take your mind and put yourself inside of a video game with virtual reality. So things have already changed in so many ways, from the setback that we collectively as a human species have experienced. No matter what our culture is, there has been war, there has been all kinds of genocide and things like that that has come across the everywhere. I don't even want to say the globe, because what is the globe? A creation out of someone's mind to make us think that we're floating on a ball in space. And so nothing adds up to that or even makes sense to that either. And so I don't like the term flat earth, but I understand the concept of flat earth. I don't like the term flat earth because it ain't flat, and it ain't round like a ball either. It's neither or. It's none of that. It is what it is. And so, I mean, having all these videos about the firmament and things and how the waters were separated from above and below. And we can clearly see that that is true with our eyes and observation of the sky and the ground and the waters on ground. And we can see when the water is being evaporated up into the sky and moved over into an area that needs it, and then rain is on that area. So the water is only going, it's only a recycle. Everything about life is recycled from the ground into manifestation into something, and then back into the ground, and into manifestation of something back into the ground is the physical form. But the spirit here, I believe, and I've heard this spoken in different ways. I know I'm all over the place right now, but the spirit, the spirit is moves uh differently, and the soul, I believe, are ancestral energies that are being manifested again into uh complete what was not completed in their prior life. And sometimes they may take a while before they come back, and sometimes they come right back depending on your journey or your assignment. And so, especially if you were taken out of here because not for something you did, but for something that someone else did, I believe you're granted immediate entry back into this life so you can go ahead and finish your journey and your assignment. But if you were injuring and hurting people, you may come back as a fly, a roach, you know what I'm saying? Something that could be, you know, killed instantly. You just keep coming back as that, and you say everybody's swatting at you. You know what I'm saying? Stuff like that. So my point in saying all this is everybody has a choice in what they do, where they go, and where they end up. Now, you can go and try to be Captain Save Everybody or save yourself and your bloodline, and that's how you save the next generation, because what you teach and give to your your bloodline, there, the objective is for them to duplicate and continue that throughout the bloodline so the change can take place. It took 3 generations for them to change how the people saw themselves and to forget who they are. It's gonna take as much time for us to get it right. And we're what? How many generations? We're in 4 generations now. We've taken longer to recover from the amount of time it took for the damage to take place. Yeah. And in the process, they have created COVID-19, which I believe was necessary because and why it was necessary, because guess what? It shut down the whole government. It was the only thing that had the power to physically shut down the government, and everybody go home and you'll be okay. There were everybody, and all the biggest issue people had with COVID-19 is they was ready to get rid of their children to go back to school, and they was ready to get back to work so they can get back to their work husbands and their work wives because they didn't like the person that they was married to and living with. That was the biggest issue. They
So
didn't want to take the time to teach their children or for their children to learn at home.
okay, so even see, and that's see, I know that that's the condition, and so that's why I say the things I say. And while it's your choice, I'm saying it's a messed up choice. If the choice you made is to go to work and come home and go to sleep and get up
Well,
and
you
go to work.
can't judge. You cannot be the judge and the jury of what people choose to do in their life.
Okay.
That is the job of the creator almighty, which we are not. And
So now watch this. Watch this. Because since 1980, I worked in a nonprofit field. And when I worked in the nonprofit field, that one day of giving me that one assignment to today, that one assignment, it's not that it can't be cured, it's that so much goes against trying to get that one assignment done that people don't understand personal responsibility. And in personal responsibility, when you come home from work, don't tell me about tiredness. You better find an hour or two a week to do something new to change your condition, because it is your condition that we were assigned to come out here and the government spends X amount
Yeah.
of $1 million a year and they got school and they got this and they got that and then
Yeah,
a
but
deficit.
at the same time though, yeah, uh the mission is to be the example. If they ain't paying attention to you as the example, what are you gonna do? Jump in front of them and say, hey, look at me, pay attention to me, you gotta pay attention to me, I'm the one you gotta pay attention to? No,
No, no,
be the example for those who are paying attention, and
I
that's it.
I tell you, and then I don't chase behind after you're told because we've had to answer questions from other points, and then when they got answered, you were already told. So, and for what when we talk about improving self, then improving self, that this is another tidbit. Don't let yourself be tired from work, too tired that you can't come home and spend an hour a week improving yourself on another level. This is another tidbit for every individual. Now, whether you hear it or not, you do it. That's on you. But as we move forward, when you find out you're not measuring up, I'm the last person who is going to have sympathy or empathy for your situation. And this will be the time that everybody will tell me you should understand, and that no, because
No, why? When you had all the patience in the world and spent all the time, now that time is wasted time and energy, and that's what we're speaking about tonight, episode 24.
yes,
So,
ma'am. Yes,
you
ma'am.
know, are we better now than we were, let's say, 30 years ago?
Heavens
I'm
no.
40. I'm 44, so I don't even know why I chose 30 because I'm not even out of the equation. My time frame is still in the picture. Let's see. Oh my gosh. Oh man. That was crazy. Okay, so 70, 80, 100 years ago. Okay, so you know what's so interesting? A lot of the states, quote unquote countries, well, states, but countries, quote unquote states, the different countries within the borders of North America, um, have only been established just right at 200 years ago. 200 years. And not all of them were established at the same time. Some have only been established for 100 years. I like to see these different towns and cities and see their establishment dates, and when they have their centennials and their bicentennials and things like that, celebrations of existence. And so who's celebrating these centennials and bicentennial events? Like, what makes you a part of that elite crowd of people that is in the know of the bicentennials and the centennials that are happening across this land? You know what I'm saying? Because that's not I know people who are involved in these things, and those are the same and very people who don't agree with me, who want me to be quiet, who don't want anyone to know that they possibly could be related to me. You know what I'm saying? Or they know me um well before the creation of Akshita, not the creation, but the arrival of Akshita Veda. So,
Okay. So your question is, who are these people? These are the elite people who run everything. And they are celebrating the birthdays of their incorporations, which are these governments of cities and towns and countries and different lands that they are actually celebrating their control over, their final victory over. And that's what they're doing. They finally took the country over 200 years ago, and now they're celebrating. Happy birthday to us. We got a gift. Do you know why we got a gift? Because when these people go home, they're too tired to study anything else. They won't do jack else but go to sleep. And see, these type of things are funny to me because when you read psychology and sociology and criminology, all of these things are in there on how to control people.
Mm-hmm.
All of this is in there. And so it's like people don't know it. People, I'm free, I work, I go home, I'm tired, I want to go to sleep. You're feeding right into the hands. You're helping feed right into the hands. And you figure, oh, I pay my taxes. It don't have nothing to do with anything that we're talking about. You're feeding right into the
Mm-hmm. Right.
you go to school, what they say, the school to jail pipeline,
Mm-hmm.
the school to work pipeline, and mindless people at work. That's what we are. That's what the people are. And not we, but that's what the people are. That's what we are. We're mindless people. We're cattle on their farm.
Mindless cattle on their farm. No, no, then what they because that's what people want you to be. Don't mean that's what you have to be or
True.
what you have to behave like. People
And
make the choice. I don't look. I don't know why you want to take up for them or feel sorry for them.
I'm not feeling sorry or taking up for anybody. I'm telling people the facts of life. You are cattle. If all you do is go to work every day, you don't improve your life, you're cattle on their farm. Period. You're their sheep. They own you. That's your
Well,
position. You become cattle on their farm. And the sad part is because you won't educate yourself, you'll never see it or know because you've accepted just this existence, this way of life and this living for whatever gifts you thought you was getting, which in the end, look at people on Social Security right now. Ain't they? And don't they have a hard time? Ain't they talking about they scared of being homeless? They don't, their medical bills, this, that, and the third. And guess what they did? They got up and went to work every day. Some of them probably got perfect attendance at work. And now they might be kicked in the streets. Come on, man. Only way it change is if you change it, and you have to change habits about yourself. There's nothing the rest of us can do about it. And so that's why I'm saying this the way I'm saying it about no matter how tired you are, you can't let it stop you from coming home and elevating yourself to another level. And then you should be elevating you and your family. How is it we got all these families, we have children, and how many of us have put a business together? The husband and the wife, they went to work, they built some little business, and then by the time their children graduated from school, their children was able to step into that professional business and run it with the family and then help get the brother, sister, next one. How many of us have done that? And these are the flaws that I'm pointing out about us, that we're not doing these things. And we're not focused on doing it now because we're too busy focused on being on the rat race. That's why everybody talking about the rat race. Trump, Kamala Harris, this one, that one, this celebrity, that celebrity. You're talking about everything and everybody else except yourself because you have no knowledge of self. And it's because of the way you're living. I'm saying it because I've done it. I went to work and I took a blank piece of paper and I scribbled on that paper and then I came out and made money from that blank piece of paper. So and was able to quit the job that I was at because of the money that I was making on my own. And so I'm not just saying it. I done it. And now I'm telling you, the only way it gets done, no matter how tired you are after work, you gotta spend some time to yourself. If you didn't know, now you know. Your voice is not heard.
That is crazy. You are different. You different. I'm different. Yeah, I'm different. I'm different. Yeah, I'm different. That's you. You different, man. Look, you cannot put the masses in the same arena with you.
There gotta be one or two more who hear me. They gotta
Okay.
be.
Okay, one or two more. It's sprinkled out there now. But
I'm telling them,
okay.
stop going home tired and doing nothing. Get up and do something else when you go home. We need more people hands on deck.
Okay.
Stop letting the world defeat you at every little instance, every little turn. We let the world defeat us. We know things are gonna happen. We know we're not, but we gotta stay true to something. We gotta stand on something and stay true to that outside of everything else that we got,
Look at
no
here.
matter what happens.
I got a song. I got a
You showed
song that
up
says
here
so.
Thursday night with your back hurting.
Hmm.
You showed up here on a Thursday night with your back hurting. We
Oh yeah.
continue the mission. And if we're not dead, we continue the mission. That's more military stuff. Uh,
Hmm.
what you about? But you will crawl to finish your mission.
No, for real. That's real. That's really real.
So
That's really
what? And they only teach you that in the military. I say no. Teach them at home. Teach them that at home. That's they need to know that at home. Crawl. You can't make it no more. You can't stand up. Then crawl. That's what your body is made for. Slither like a snake and get over there and get that detail done. Once that detail is done, we can fix you. Until that detail get done, crawl until we get this deep. If we don't secure the perimeter, what are we fixing?
right. But it got to be a real life situation that is relevant. Because okay, so there was a lot of things that I tried to teach my daughters that they didn't understand, and the more, well, the older they have become, and the more I have had the, and I show them examples. Like I may have a conversation with them, but without an example. And then so something may happen and I may address a situation and there's no example. But then when the example happens, I have to be vigilant and say, this is what I was talking about when I said such and such. And when you said you understood me, this clearly lets me know that you did not understand me. So now that I understand that you did not clearly understand me, let's make it clear now. Now we have an example and a clear explanation of what I'm saying and why I said what I said. And so you can see the reason and logic behind my actions and behaviors. So this is all a process, and all lessons aren't learned at the same time on the same day in the same mindset. Sometimes you have to elevate to another mindset or a higher mindset to even understand the lesson. So if you haven't elevated yourself to a higher level of thinking, it's going to sound crazy like gibberish because we are not on the same frequency. Now, am I supposed to get out of tune for you? Or are you supposed to get in tune with me when I know I have overcome so many things and my experience has given me the right? My experience has given me the right to stand where I'm standing, to be where I'm at, and to be who I am. So that enough is enough. I don't have to keep explaining myself is what I'm saying, and you shouldn't have to keep explaining yourself. My point is that people are seeking real and true information, and they're watching, maybe even watching without even us knowing that they're watching, because they want to see more so not what we say, what we do. So I've been challenged. Let me share with you. I was in church on Sunday, and Pastor Lewis, look at, I like my pastor. He is a good shepherd of the sheep. the people, and in a very good way, not in a condescending type of a way. He makes everything easy to understand. But my point is, he told a story about someone that was at a banquet, and you know how you go through the dinner. You know, you get your salad, then you get your food, and then you get your dessert, and after dessert you get coffee or tea, whichever you prefer. And so everybody was getting coffee, and he's like, "Why is everybody getting coffee and they're not serving me coffee?" You know what I'm saying? So it's like it sure would be nice to get coffee. Everybody getting coffee but me. And the dude was like, "Well, if you turn your cup over, then they'll come. They'll know to fill the cup with whatever you prefer." And so just imagine that revelation, to know that you could be missing your blessings because you never turned your cup over to be filled. You know what I'm saying? You never allowed yourself to receive the blessing that was in store for you. And so I'm like, that's making me want to be more involved, because anytime you enter an organization and they're looking for people to volunteer and get involved with things, you never know how that could move the ministry forward. You know what I'm saying? Or even just uh create a ministry out of you or with you, just for being involved. And so excuse me, I really feel compelled to get more involved. I was saying I really feel compelled to get more involved. Um, and so I think that I think I'm ready now. I'm comfortable. I feel welcome. I feel love. I feel acceptance. I feel like home. You know what I'm saying? I tell my daughter all the time, or both of them, I tell them, this is like a family reunion. You know what I'm saying? We're going to sit in under the teaching, and get a good word with our family, aunties, uncles, and cousins. You know what I'm saying? And it feels good to be in a place like that. So why not give back? And I don't have much to give, but time is precious. Time is a precious gift. And if we give more time, then I'm ready to be involved. So I got to get involved. And that's the whole point. I don't know what's going on with El Ya signal right now, but let's see. While we waiting, the song that I thought was on here is not on here. Or let me go here real quick. Let's see what they got right here. Let's see what they got right here. Let's see. What is that? Okay, so yeah, we like that one. Let's see what you talking about. Oh, and thank you, Jesse, for I see your comment there says that what did you say? Uh that I beat it. You glad that I beat it the cancer. Thank you. I appreciate that. All right. So did I share? Here we go. Boom. All right.
In the streets of T.O. Everybody pushing a screw face. Won't stop street life, always facing a new case. Hates baseball, wears caps for Blue Jays fitted. No brown, we don't need a green to get lifted. A society of multicultures, feeding off the black dead carcass like vultures. While they feed blacks, say you insult us daily, but make drug mules of their hood babies. When I was in school, we used to see vagrants. They still bums today asking for change payments. Sisters turning to mothers younger. Youth are do programs for starving or hunger. Roaches run on their face while they sleep. In beds with bugs infesting the mattress and sheets. Many little brothers resting in peace, cause they followed their big brothers that ran these streets. Drug dealers calling themselves doctors and shrinks. To stop breast cancer, wear a shirt that's pink. To stop violence, get rid of the guns I see. Youth need to be taught about True Ali. That would lower the crime stats. Youth have no job, so here's a free CD in my tracks. Bag ladies and buggy pushing men. Drink Lysol with their drug addict friends. Pimps pushing new kicks in little sis face. But she's too scared to say that she got raped. And he got raped too, wanting to be a singer. Mayors and judges drinking their bloodage for dinner. Upstairs, I cover my ears in tears. Little bro beating his mom, he's under 20 years. Every day of his life, these streets are trife. Started selling, now he smokes the Snow White. Blind man plays the sax. Girl run over playing with blackberries on train tracks. Can't trust everybody you know, that's how it is. In the streets of T.O. Baby needs new shoes, but daddy got the newest when he chills with his crew. A young girl is undressed in the back like slave cargo, praying for help from Harpo in T.O. My boy Lex stayed inside his apartment. Gonna die, the single cell, my heart didn't harden. Blew down of an aneurysm. Philly just got shot up by two of his own brethren in T.O. It's a grisly scene. 5-day search, Philly found dead in a ravine. Dead and injured because they shot up a jam. Police chief implemented King Alfred plan. People think it's jokes, but when the smoke clears, you're spilling your beans, have coffee to a share. DT yelling and spitting in your face. Give names, or you won't beat your case. Palms sweating, goosebumps and shakes. It is a snitch, but still, you're gonna get shot in the face. In T.O.
So I was at the lamppost, enlightened, hoping I land close to some love, so I can spread it on every damn coast. Meanwhile, I'm on the side where many men boast. Shit's rough when you got cuffs, keeping your hands close. Lampposts like streets where warriors fight beasts. Running through the six, I hope you wearing the right cleats. Keep a screw face, you might just die over white teeth. F-cops, I hope the killer smoking the right Jeep. For survival, shit could get savage and primal. Something in the water killing us on arrival. Put that on the Bible, put that on the spiritual and tribal. Give thanks for a new day. Look over the city, the view of a blue jay. My nephew might call me over a new J. Represent the city no matter what you say. Keep it true, Faye, from T.O. to the UK.
Welcome back to another episode of
All right. Oh yeah, you back on here. You still twirling. All right. Well, look. Um, I guess we're gonna go ahead and end the show. That was who was that? Teo Iron Sheik, Canaanite, Canaanland Wars, Street of Teo. He said a lot of good things in the song, and it kind of tied to what we talking about, what we was just talking about. I think that was a really good song to put in right there at that time, based on the conversation that came before it. So yeah, it has been a really good night. Episode 24. Uh, Asking the question, are we better than our ancestors of 3,000 years ago? And we have made a lot of claims and stated our opinions on a lot of different things, which we were in the process of still doing. And yay, welcome back to the stage.
Oh my goodness. This is my second
Yeah,
time coming back in.
is it?
Yeah,
Okay. Because I
I
saw
don't,
you look like you was there, but then you wasn't there.
yeah, now I heard you say I was spinning. So okay, I wasn't.
Yeah.
I didn't mean to be spinning on everybody. Yeah, I didn't see me spinning. I just saw me sitting here and I was talking and you didn't hear me.
No, I didn't hear anything. I had the song playing,
Right.
the
I listened to
video.
that. I
Yeah,
listened to that.
that now don't you think that did you hear what they was talking about? At least with the dude, the first verse,
R-
what he said a lot that tied into what we was
Discussing.
discussing. Yeah, it
Yes,
was like
ma'am.
it was perfect. Yeah, I was like, oh man, and that's my first time hearing it, so I'm like, okay, I'm a fan.
Yes, ma'am. So
Yeah,
yeah, so we have a lot of good music out there. When I say we, I'm not a part of their music. I make my own music. Side Star Christina makes her own music, but we have a lot of music out here as Moors, and
yeah,
so it behooves me. And I there's no reason to complain about anything when you can do it for yourself, and I'm strictly a do it for yourself. So my playlist, this is what it sounds like. It doesn't sound like you won't hear anything from the industry. I don't think anything from the industry really deserves to be under me, next to me. I can't stand that windbag. What's it called? Everybody voice sound the same.
oh
Sound like
the mumble rap.
no. There's a thing that they use
Oh,
that
the
they.
auto tune.
Oh my God, that thing gets on my nerve. Oh, it's like it does like this to me. It has me jittery. I can't stand it. And so like, we have a lot of good music out there. And then if you like that auto tune stuff, there's people who have it out there that are not a part of the industry. And I've worked with artists and stuff like that. They're more interesting before they get into the actual industry and they're performing for shows and they're making money. The individuals who you meet from their house that coming out trying to be rappers and singers, they have they're a greater story than the ones you see on the TV screen. By the time you see them on the TV screen in the movies, you miss their story. You
Yeah,
don't know their story.
I'm trying to tell you. Look, no, that part right there. I'm sorry to cut you off. Go ahead.
No, go ahead, because that's what it is. That you missed their story. By the time you
Yeah,
get involved in the industry, you missed who they are, and now you're about
right.
to be introduced to something or someone else.
Right. Okay. So now that something or someone else isn't always something that's a bad thing, right?
Right, right, right,
Okay, so in my own experience, since we're here, I can only speak for me. Um I had this notion the other day. I was like, it's so intriguing how, we meet so many people along the way. And those people that we have met along the way at our stage of not having a car, or not having the best of shoes or the best of clothes, or you know what I'm saying, just living within our means at a lesser means, you know what I mean. And you know what I mean. And so when we finally make it to that point to where all that is past and we have overcome that, and we can now get those things that we want, and be that which we have been building and creating along the way. We are a new being once we arrive. We are. And we have to be. You can't operate in the old way on a new stage. You have to overcome all of that to show, not to show anyone but yourself. But because you have gotten to that point, doesn't mean you have to compromise your soul, or you don't have to compromise your mind or compromise your body to have that. You can have that in so many different ways. It Look, being a musician, an artist, or a performer, whatever, there's more to life than that. You know what I'm saying? You cannot allow that to be your only mission. So most people don't really get into their true skills and abilities until they've experienced some life. I'm 44 and I'm still catching on, okay? And that don't mean I'm slow. It just, life takes you through courses, and those courses have obstacles that you must learn to overcome. And there's so many different ways, and I may not have chosen the right way the first time. I may have had to go like, dang, it's a dead end over here, or dang, there's somebody that came and blocked the way, so I can't go now. I gotta figure out another way. This will be the way to get through, but somebody is a man-made obstacle there. It's not a, you know, it's
A
not a
natural.
mountain. It's not a natural obstacle, right? It's a man-made obstacle. So with the man-made obstacle, you have the option to go around it, over it, under it, or bust through it. And in order to bust through it, or even to go over it or under it, you have to be trained in how to navigate that obstacle. So now there must be something in this area for you to learn. So now you are right here behind this obstacle, having to train yourself or to strengthen your mind or strengthen your body in order to take on this obstacle, to overcome it, and whatever it takes to do it by any means necessary. And you got to get to that point where any means necessary is what it takes, because then you're not gonna let anything stop you, because by any means I'm getting through here, because I'm supposed, there's something over there for me, and someone is trying to block me, or something is trying to block me from getting there. And why, when everyone else seems to have a helicopter come pick them up and take them over, while they sitting looking down at me trying to figure out the obstacles that these same people that are flying them, why they put that obstacle there for me, but are flying you over. So they get up there and they start to look down, and they don't have any compassion for the process and the journey, because they never had the experience. They did something to get what they got so fast. And so I do like what Kevin Gates says. I say it all the time now. Anything fast don't last. Anything slow be for show. So I trust a slow process over a fast process. And I was telling my brother the other day, that's like when you jump into a situation fast, and then you realize after you've committed yourself to something, no matter what it is, Once you have committed yourself to it, you got to walk through with your decision. Now, you
Mhm.
realize in the process that you didn't even want to be there to begin. That's not where you want to be, but you didn't give yourself the opportunity to make a proper choice and decision for what was going to be a beneficial situation for you or for them. And anything fast don't last, because if you jumped into it fast, you didn't give it enough thought. You didn't give it enough time. You eating crunchy stew. Don't nobody want no crunchy vegetables in their stew. Am I right? You want to crunch on carrots and celery and potatoes? You want crunchy potatoes in your
No,
stew? No,
not at,
you don't.
not
No,
at all.
you want everything to be easy, smooth, and go down nice and without the crunch. You know what I'm
Yep.
saying?
If
So
it's not a French fry or potato chip, why is the potato crunchy?
should not be crunchy, right? So we don't want crunchy vegetables in our stew. We want it to stew and simmer for the time that it takes for it to be well done and ready to
Especially if
ingest.
you got oxtails in it.
Yeah, ooh, I had tried some oxtail for the first time. Ew, yeah. Look, it's this Mexican. I mean, it's this Jamaican place here. Now, I always find me a nice Jamaican restaurant that I can go eat at. Okay, but I like the food is good. Don't get me wrong, the food is amazing. I was like, oh my god. She came back and asked me if I wanted seconds. I'm looking at her like, you know, I want seconds, but I don't want to pay for seconds. You know what I'm saying? Because just like she give you a little bit of food that okay, so the oxtail is about this round and this thick, little bitty oxtail, not
How
them
many,
old thick hunker things that Les be's doing in Texas over there, you
how many
know.
did she give you?
Three.
Hmm.
And the rice was so good, oh my god. And then they got this look, this fried bread that they do. I'm trying to tell you, I want to go there and spend all that money again for a little taste
Of the fried bread?
of the whole thing. The
Oh,
rice,
yeah.
the rice and peas. I mean, everything was good. Everything was good. The food was delicious. You could tell the food was good. I want to go again, but
We in the
I'm like,
early 80s, we started getting Jamaican restaurants around here, and they would last for like 3 years, each one of them, and then the quality of their food would go down.
why
But
is that? Because they people would get they would start bringing in the people that didn't know what they was doing.
probably, I don't know why, it just the food went down. Every restaurant, the food went down. There was one place where we used to go sit in and eat called Mother's Kitchen. And then one year the food just was, Mother, what are you doing? This
Your
ain't
mother
chicken.
wasn't cooking no more.
Yeah, the food, oh my God. So we've gone through quite a few Jamaican restaurants here in New Haven, and none of them really seem to get past that hump after 3 years. The
I want
quality.
I want to try some other place. I know they got this one truck that be around here. I need to get to them one day. I just really been wanting some Jamaican food like
See,
that taste. I
I don't
want it.
trust trucks.
I don't either, and that's why I don't mess
I
with
have a
them.
phobia about trucks. I can just say that. I have a phobia about food trucks.
I
And
do.
it's only because, again, I worked in the food industry. I worked in restaurants. I
Yeah.
had to clean restaurants. I seen what happens in Waffle Houses, Burger King,
Ooh.
McDonald's, five-star restaurants. I seen the back of the stoves, and everybody's stove is nasty and full of gunk. And I know, like, the most women in your house, you would not allow this to happen on the back wall of your stove. So when you go out to these restaurants, walk in there and tell me you still want something to eat from that restaurant. You're gonna be mad when you see that
Yeah.
back wall and the collection of grease that has built up in there over time. And so like
Oh my God, that
when they
just
come,
sounds so nasty
it
and
is.
so uninviting. Like, and that's the reason why I really don't like to eat fast food. And like, oh my God. Even now you can't even really trust getting drinks from the drink machine because they don't clean the they don't
Nozzle
clean them.
crazy stuff.
Yeah,
They
they
just
don't clean
replace them
that. The little pipes that the little pipes that
where
from
the
the
syrup and stuff goes.
syrup, yeah, it come through, and so none of those things get cleaned. How often do they replace those things? You know what I'm saying? And so
And if you don't know that about a restaurant, you shouldn't be eating there. I'm gonna tell you right now. Some bacteria and stuff come from restaurants. I've been around cooks who had to be told to go wash their hands. And then they be back there talking about, you want me to make your lunch? No. I know how to cook everything you know how to cook. Do not touch mine. Don't make me nothing up in there. And I'll go open up a whole nother thing of bread if that cook had his hands in the bread. It only take one time. I don't trust you anymore.
right,
As
right,
far
because
as
you
yeah,
too,
so
you too grown to have somebody tell you to wash your hands, and you a cook.
and thank you. So when it came to
That's
restaurants,
customary.
even all right, so you're in the pizza restaurant. I worked in a pizza restaurant. You're in there, they're making the pizza, and then why did pizza dude slap his ass and put his hands on the back of his ass while he's standing there watching the pizza? What are you doing? Now you're getting ready to now somebody want a sandwich, you're getting ready to go make a sandwich. You just had your hands on your clothes and on your ass, and you're not putting nothing on
Well,
to go
you
make it.
gotta know that this happens everywhere. Um,
And I
and you
don't
know, no, I can't stand when people had them gloves on, and then they go to touching everything with the gloves on, and it's like you still spreading from one thing to the next. I mean, what is your point? Ugh,
exactly.
like,
Exactly. Exactly. So
so
what
I don't know.
I
Yeah, moving
recently
right along.
walked into a Kroger's.
Hmm.
And you know, if I go to a restaurant like this, it took a lot out of me just to get me to the restaurant. So I want one of them crispy chicken sandwiches, lettuce, tomato, onion, all that. The dude who takes my order gets up and blows his nose
Nuh-uh.
and then wants to wash. I said, never mind, I don't want nothing. Obviously, you didn't want no brother, it only take one thing. No, obviously you didn't want to make me a sandwich. So guess what? I never asked for a sandwich in this store again. What the fuck is wrong with you people? When you think somebody order food, you're gonna blow your nose and they gonna want a sandwich from you. You need to wash your
Right,
hands, do whatever you want. You ain't my mother, motherfucking no.
right. No, no,
I
thank
cussed.
you.
I apologize. I was pissed off when he did that. That
No,
was
thank
just
you.
like yeah. So
No,
I don't eat
thank
at
you.
restaurant. If it's not somebody's house that I trust, I don't eat at restaurant.
And that's the crazy thing right there. And that's why I don't cook for people. That right there is why, because I know I'm clean, but people would judge you off of other experiences. And so yeah. Mm-mm. That's why I don't cook. I've offered people food, and I'm like, I know it seemed kind of strange that I'm offering you food. I said, but I made like if I make a soup and I make too much, I don't like to throw food away. So I'd be like, hey, would you like some soup? I've offered people food, just then to come next door neighbors. Hey, you want some soup? I go knock on my neighbor's door and ask them if they want some. You know what I'm saying? And some the ladies next door, they always and we tend to eat at each other's homes. You know what I'm saying? So that was acceptable. But other people, People that look like me would be the last to accept any food. You know, it was the women that did not look like me that
Yes, ma'am.
would take food and also offer food,
Yes, ma'am.
you know, and invite us in to have a seat and talk and laugh, you know, while we eat and things like that. And so I miss doing things like that. I miss being involved like that. It's like you know, that's when people have hurt you, it's just so easy to just get away from all people. But there are other people out there who have also been hurt and injured and need to know that it's okay to be real in this world where everything is fake. You know what I'm saying? And so if I could be that face of realness, I'm going to continue to be real just because that's my walk, that's my journey. And so what's up? I'm real.
Yes, ma'am.
Mhm.
Yes, ma'am. And I found that to be my benefit too. Keep it real. Keep it 100. Keep it moving.
That's it. I ain't got nothing to prove to nobody. I'm not trying to convince anybody of anything, not even of what you how you feel or what you think about me. That's your that ain't got nothing to do with me. I'm not trying to convince you of who I am. I told you who I am. You either accept that and receive it or you don't. And if you don't, then what I look like trying to make you accept me. I accept me and that is enough. And so it's so crazy. I noticed that in my daughters, they are the same way. And I don't know if it's something I don't do it to antagonize them, but I do it to antagonize them. You know, like I don't take it too far. But I feel like in order to really see if they've received the lesson that I have given them, I have to test them. And when you test a person's actions or behaviors, it's not necessarily it's not when you test a person's actions and behaviors, it's not something that you actually uh, prepare them for. It has to be authentic. You know what I'm saying? So I might make you mad. You know what I'm saying? I might make you want to say some ugly things to me or act ugly with me. And then after the fact, once you have calmed down, I will let you know what took place and why that took place. And then we can laugh about it because now you have a example of your own reaction and chemical uh response, your own chemical response to a situation, right? So now you learn how to gauge your emotions in the process of a situation dealing with someone else's emotions, where you don't have to involve yourself with their emotions if you
Yes,
have
ma'am.
control of your own emotions. So I challenge my daughters in that manner. Anybody, or not just my daughters, anybody around me. I challenge my brother like that. I think he figured it out by now. You know what I'm saying? He pretty quick as a whip. You know what I mean? So he figured out. Yeah, 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 I got you. But I don't do anything to harm. It's just all everything is always a it's always room for learning. In every situation there's time and there's space for learning. And so I'm always in that mode, and I'm always watchful for uh learning opportunities or teaching moments. You know what I'm saying? Because it's only going to add value to you. It's not going to devalue you. It's going to add value to you. And so, if it's anything about adding value, I'm all about it because I want you to be better than me. And I'm also learning too. Okay, I
Mhm.
can't give I can't give them everything. They have to work for some things, because if they don't ever learn a work ethic, then they'll think everything's supposed to be given to them and they're supposed to be served and chauffeured around and all these things. But if you don't have the money for that, then you can't
Yeah,
live
eh, eh,
that
eh,
life.
yes,
You know what I'm
ma'am.
saying? You can't live that life if you're not willing to sacrifice what you got to sacrifice or give up what you got to give up, for those things. And so you don't have to work. So you're going to have to learn how to work so you're not ever in a vulnerable situation and position where that's the only means of getting what you want, is to give of yourself or sacrifice yourself. You know what I'm saying? So I have on purpose sacrificed relationship with a man, 'cause that's my preference. So I've sacrificed being in relationship, physical relationship, because I don't want the interference with the raising and the rearing of my children. Because I'm not finna argue with you on how you think I should raise my children. You know what I'm saying? You just got here, and I don't have a problem telling you that you just got here, and it shouldn't be that way. You know what I'm saying? So um I think it's beautiful when families blend together. Um, but I just have a specific way of doing things, and I didn't want to compromise on that at all. I chose not to compromise the rearing and the raising of my daughters, and so I didn't see no example worth doing it with and for. So therefore, if there's no other option, then the only option is what we have, and we went with that. And so that's where we are. I didn't bend or fold for uh, anything or anyone but them, my daughters, that is, them. So shout
Yes,
out to the 369 Mafia crew. That's who we are.
the 369 Mafia.
Yes. That's our
Why?
life path That's our life path numbers.
Okay,
That's who we are. 3, 6, and 9.
369 Mafia. Okay.
Hmm. I got a song too.
About the 369 Mafia.
Sure do.
Ah,
I don't think it's on here queued up though. So we won't go there tonight if it
so
ain't.
see, that's the fun of family and building with family. Because I didn't make music then, but we made a baseball game out of marbles in a hunk of wood,
Oh,
and I drilled holes into the board
for
and
your
marked
children.
them off. Yeah, and we sat in the living room and we played that baseball game. You bounced the marble off the wall, it bounced into the tray and told you what the players did, or a single, or you were out, or stuff like that. And
Hmm.
all the kids were on the floor playing every day after school. That's what we did. Put it in a
Well, that's
corner.
interesting.
Yeah, I always like stuff like that. Little games with
Hmm.
board, stuff like that. But I don't like chess.
Okay.
It takes too long. One game, it takes too long, and then the other person thinks that they're gonna sit there and put their head on there. Yep, just like that. They think they're gonna take that position right there. Well, no, no, we're not. You're taking too long. We don't have time for that. Move your piece. I gotta think about my next one. No, no, no. And so while you're thinking about your next move, my brain has 10 other things that
Hmm.
it wants to do. And it's thinking of, so when you finally move, I'm not even thinking about this game anymore. And then I have the mind, I have the mind to move quickly. So as soon as I see you, I'll move yours, and the next thing I know, I lost. So okay, I'm not a chess player.
Okay,
I
well at least you understand what was happening. You lose focus too fast. And that's and that's the secret of the game, to get the component off of focus of their next move by trying to rush your move. So you can't rush the next person's move. You got to always be focused on your own move.
we not gonna sit at this table for 3 hours playing one game of chess. I'm gonna tell you right now, that ain't. I'll flip the whole board. That's too
Oh
long.
man.
Yeah, I'll
Yeah.
flip the whole
I
board.
mean,
That's
but
too
think
long doing
about it.
something.
If you spend a time like that, then there could be so many other things that could come out of the it's just like sitting around talking, except not you're not just talking, you're playing a mind game as well as carrying on a conversation. It shows multi tasking. It shows being able to operate in multiple dimensions at the same time. Carrying on a conversation and keeping up with the board, and keeping your focus through all of that. That's like using your right and left side of your brain at the same time.
You know what these are? You ever see these?
Uh, uh, yes and no. I don't know what they are.
Okay, these are numeric, random numeric dice, and they come in colors and sets, and they're mostly used for Dungeons and Dragons. So sometimes when we're sitting here, you see all the various numbers. Sometimes when we're sitting here and we're doing this, I'll be working on my football game. And all of these
Okay.
dice are part of my football game. And so you have to read the numbers. Now, if we're gonna sit here and we're gonna talk to each other and we're gonna play football, baseball, basketball, or hockey, we is not gonna play chess. And then I'll
Okay.
sit there.
Well. Mm-hmm.
I'll sit there and play that with you all day long. You know why? In 1 hour, each game is definitely over. You pick a play, I pick a play, boom, it's over. It's not 2 and 3 hours with one game, even in jail. These dudes used to sit there and play a game. They'll start in the morning at 12 o'clock break. They trying to finish up a game. Oh, well, I guess this move's gonna have to wait till after dinner then. After dinner? Y'all been playing one game till 9 o'clock this morning? Are y'all serious? Yeah,
Some
we don't tell the
people
C.
need
They tell
some
the
people
CEO to
need
make
that
sure the board
time.
don't get touched.
Some people need that time to just
That's too
do
much
what they.
time for me.
I ain't lying. That's why I don't play that. It's just take too long. But
You
there's a
ever play
skill.
Trouble?
There's a skill to knowing or to learning how to play that game. Like not to play that game in one sitting, like taking the time to allow, I've seen depictions of, chess players, and they don't play the same game at the same time. Like it's a continuous thing. It's always a meeting place, a meeting of the minds. And so you may get one move, and then whatever it is that that meeting of the minds is all about is accomplished by that move. So that's like, okay, if you get the move and you pull, you win that move, then that's the decision that you go with, because that was the meeting of the minds and their mind prevailed on the table. It manifests on the table.
So both players get one move, or
Well,
or is it the whole game?
I don't know. I don't know how to explain it because I'm not a participant in this. I'm just going off of, it's always just that one move. Like the next person, okay, so you come to the table, you get a move, and then the other person, you might get a few moves, three moves or something like that. But whatever, it's the process of the brainstorming, however many moves it takes for the brainstorming. Once that process is completed, that last move is what determines if you got so many uh
Okay.
off,
Uh,
if you clear your opponent's uh what you call
captured
them,
their players.
piece, captured their players, yeah. So if you got the most out of that set, then that's what you go with, because the mind prevailed on the board.
Okay, so how long, the best meeting, how long does it take?
The best meeting,
Yes, business meeting. How long does it take?
shoot, 30 minutes.
Oh, okay, I love it.
Ain't
Um,
no business meeting, got no business being no more than 15, 30 minutes. Because what is we talking about? Because if
okay,
you should
uh,
be reporting the what was we discussed last week. You should be reporting that
so
this week.
so some meetings 45 minutes to an hour, but
Yeah, possibly. Yeah, when it's
no
got
longer than an hour.
no longer than an hour. No, because why?
So now I'm at this chess game. You understand this brainstorming? We got
Hmm.
1 hour to figure this out. I will beat you in that one. I will beat you at this game because if it's about brainstorming the idea, I'm coming to the table with the idea. So after a couple of moves, I got the idea. We don't have to sit here all day. We said until we come up with the idea. Okay, every a meeting is set for 1 hour. Let's go. I'll play that chess game. But after an hour, don't talk to me about that chess game no more. That game is over. You know the next move is checkmate. They still sitting there studying the board. You checkmated on the next move, dude. What are you looking for? You can't move a piece. What are you hoping you could have moved a piece over there? You're trying to bring a piece back? I don't know. You all take too long, man. I can't do it. I don't have the patience.
Well, that just lets you know that there's a lot of indecisiveness when it comes to the players. They're indecisive. And so you can't settle on one move. You want to make all the moves. And instead of making one move, you'll sit there and play out the whole board in your mind, uh, trying to dictate what the next person, what your opponent plays next, or where their next move is gonna be. And so that's another thing I'm saying earlier. You got to focus on your own move, not the other person. And so if you dealing with a person who's indecisive, if you play chess with somebody and they're indecisive, you know that they're indecisive when it comes to like say for instance, so you want to date somebody and you want to know if they're an indecisive person, if you're going to be arguing over what you're going to eat for dinner or where you're going to go to hang out or what movie you're going to see. Y'all can't agree on anything because the other person is indecisive. Play chess with them real quick. And if they're indecisive about their moves, you should already know you ain't never going to know what they want to eat or what they want to watch or what they want to do until they get there and complain about everything they don't like about your choice.
Okay.
Ooh, I can't stand. Ooh, I'm telling you, and then the stuff that I don't, the stuff that gets on my nerve be stuff that men be talking about women. And
Really?
I think so. Yeah.
I thought
Don't
it
women
would be
complain
different.
about stuff?
But I thought it would be different. I thought women, because I mean I don't know how to describe it, but I thought like we have our, like we say most women talk too much. And then when they're talking, they'll be telling us something, but they won't get directly to the point. We gotta go
Yeah,
all the way
I know
around.
men like that, and I can't stand it. Don't
Oh,
play
yeah,
with
see?
me. Say
Yeah,
what you Say what you need to say and get it over with. Like, what is the problem?
So I never expected to hear a woman say that that's a problem with men.
Yeah. I was shocked when I found out that women are behaving the way that they're behaving out here. Because I was measuring women to me, and that was not the right answer.
I found out the hard way too. Don't measure men by me, because this ain't what we going by. We're going by something else. I don't know. That's foreign to me. That's what's being measured.
I'm foreign to them. I'm different. They're not foreign to me. I'm foreign to them.
Well, whatever
they don't understand. I say that because they don't understand. I understand you, but you don't understand me. So I'm foreign to you.
Well, their actions, some of these men's actions are foreign to me. I ain't never. So I don't know nothing about it. And so I mean, and so then there we are. So I mean, because it's crazy out here, and you got to protect yourself at all moments. You never know what's going on where you find yourself, yo. Or who done found you.
Absolutely. That's a fact. Well, I got this song queued up, the 369 Mafia Crew, if you want to hear it. Because I ain't never played that on here before.
Yeah, play it by you and the babies. Play it.
All right.
Let's see what's in your legacy.
Yeah, this one, the first ones I did.
Stop, look, and listen. We are forward bound. This is 369 Mafia Crew coming round. It's here. 369 Mafia. 3 is Mariah, the star of the sea. 6 is B, Ashita B, chosen daughter. And we got the 9, that's Aisha, alive, she who lives. We are here. 369 Mafia Crew. Stop, look, and listen. We are here. Our life path numbers created the 369 Mafia Crew. We were created to move the natural love frequency. It's who we are. It wasn't made up. It was revealed to me through the study and the research. I came to be, knowing who I am. I am an indigo who birthed a crystal and a rainbow. On to this planet, we are here. We do really exist in terraform. The magic comes from within. 369 Mafia Crew is here to win. I put my voice into the wind, blowing hope into the air. You never know who's gonna catch it. Speak into the atmosphere. Time waits for no man. Live your best life while you can. We have traveled coast to coast. It was in the south we did the most. West Mobile to DIP. Into Chickasaw, we were the grand trio, putting them boots on the ground until it was time to get down, get in the wind. And Baltimore is where we learned to win in our own skin. A lot of tough decisions going in, but we came out into the land of Arizona, the zone of air, the land where there is no despair, only repair. This is where we heal and feel the love. It's really in the air. Our journeys have taken us near and far, even without a car. We put boots on the ground. 369 Mafia are shooting stars. We are here and it's going down with no frown, but smiles from ear to ear. We hope you hear the sounds from the ground, cause we stomping loud. We got boots on the ground and we coming round. So stop, look, listen, we're forward bound. 369 Mafia is here. I put my voice in the wind, blowing hope into the air. You never know who's gonna catch it. so you speaking life into the atmosphere. Time waits for no man. Live your best life while you can. 369 Mafia, the grand trio. We putting the boots on the ground. And this is how it's going down. 3 is Mariah, the star of the sea. Me, I am 6, Ashita B, chosen daughter of the matriarch. And the 9 is Aisha, alive, she who lives. That's who we are.
Islamism, that's fire. And that's memories for your daughters when they hear that
Yes.
forever. That's
Yes.
fire. Yeah. That's fire.
Thank you. Yep, they'll remember our journey. I had to bring them through. I had to tell our story, at least bits of it, the story of how we got here, because here, where we are, has been just a place where we have been accepted, and it just feels really good to not have to prove ourselves to anyone. It's just like everyone here is just like, hey, as long as you're not hurting yourself or hurting anyone, we're not going to bother with you. We live free here. And so it's a beautiful place to be. And it's just, I wanted to tell the story of the journey of how we got to Arizona, the zone of air where we can breathe. This is like Sesame Street, where the air is clean.
Okay.
Hmm.
That's the feeling you have there, Sesame Street.
I have been singing. I started singing. Can you tell me how to get to Sesame Street? I started singing that in Baltimore. When we first got to Baltimore, I was like, for some reason that song popped up into my head, and every time we would stop somewhere, I would skip around the parking lot and I would sing that song because I was wherever our Sesame Street is, tell us how to get there because that's where we want to go. We want to go to Sesame Street where the air is clean. You know what I'm saying? We just want to live free and breathe clean air.
Now, see, me and my dumbness, I'd have been singing "Follow the Yellow Brick Road."
Well, the yellow brick road led them to a lie anyway.
Yeah,
A whole illusion.
because I would have, I never even conceived like singing. Like I joke around and do Mr. Rogers, "A Wonderful Day in the Neighborhood." Would you like to be a neighbor?
Would you like to be my neighbor?
Oh,
Yeah.
hello, boys and girls. This is the
I used to
crack.
watch I used to watch I used to watch Mr. Rogers. I used to like that show.
Well, I did too. I like the
Reading Rainbow.
that's why I made fun of it. No, the Reading Rainbow. I remember that. I don't remember characters. Well,
No, there
okay.
was no character. It was just that one man. He's still on the billboard right now. If you go on to Reading Rainbow, if you search a let me search a Reading Rainbow. If you search a Reading Rainbow,
Who were the puppets?
there was no puppets for Reading Rainbow. He would read the story. Let me
No,
see something. Hold on.
Reading Rainbow. But he used to take a fantasy trip and start this little train up.
Oh yeah.
That was my favorite segment of Mr. Rogers when he started that train up and went into that little fantasy world.
Oh, because Mr. Reading Rainbow was on Mr. Rogers, wasn't he?
I don't even
Was
know.
he? I don't think so.
But then
No,
what were we talking about, Mr. Rogers?
we were,
I,
but then I said, and Reading Rainbow. I like Reading Rainbow.
okay. I thought Reading Rainbow was a segment.
Oh
Mr. Rogers.
no, Reading Rainbow was. Hold on.
Now
To
my
give
other show
us
was the
what
electric company was
education.
Spider Man.
Huh?
My other show was electric company with Spider Man.
Oh, okay.
I see it, but I don't remember that. What was you doing? Playing it?
I'm trying to get out of here.
Oh yeah, I
I don't
never
know
seen that. I don't know her.
what's
I never
going
seen
on.
that. I can't say I ever seen that. I don't remember these people.
Oh no.
For
Okay.
educational purposes,
Yes.
fair use.
Educational
We're
purposes
just looking at.
only.
We're just
Yes.
looking at.
Oh my
Yeah,
goodness.
I don't know them. Remember New
What?
Zoo Review?
New zoo review?
Yeah, with Henrietta
Mm,
Hippo.
mm-mm.
Oh, that was a crazy show.
I don't think I've ever heard of that.
HR Puffin stuff with
No.
the long nose. Yeah, that those used to come on Saturday morning along
When
with
I was
early
mhm.
60s. Well,
Okay,
late
yeah.
60s. I was born in
That
65, 70s.
that was before my time. I was watching Saturday morning cartoons when it was Thundercats and She-Ra and He-Man and
Oh, wow. I had children. What are you talking about? I
yeah,
didn't
and
Thundercat and Shira. Maybe. No, I
yeah,
didn't. That was 77, 78.
80s. I was like eight. It was like 85 when I was
Wow, I did have children. Okay.
yeah, 85. Um, hmm That was when
Okay.
I was coming up watching the original strawberry shortcake and
Yeah, that was
Care
my daughter.
Bears.
Yeah, that was my daughter's stuff.
Yeah,
Oh,
that type
God.
of stuff. So what you talking about? I don't know. I did used to watch the with my dad because my dad was a cartoon person, Saturday morning cartoon person. So he would watch the Saturday when all the cartoons would get together and race uh and they
When
would
we get together and race,
all the characters uh you know what was the name of that cartoon? It would be like Scooby Doo crew on there. It would be the Tasmanian Devil. It would be different let me see the Saturday morning cartoon race. Let me see. Hold on. Saturday morning cartoon race 80s. Yeah.
oh, that was in the 80s too.
Yes, it was
Oh, see, I
the
didn't.
classic wacky races. Yeah,
Yeah, I don't like that. I never
yeah,
seen.
wacky races. I don't, and that was all the cartoon characters would get together and race, and they would do their little, their little skits and schemes that they would have,
It.
in their show and bring it, to But yeah, I used to watch that. Everything that came on Saturday morning, I used to watch. Yep, I remember. You remember the cartoon of Ace, 18 cartoon,
Ace 18.
18 with I pity the fool,
Oh, Mr. T.
Mr. T. Yeah, I used to love Mr. T. He was so funny. He was so about business. You did not mess with Mr. T.
I
It,
forgot the name of the show. No, that was my cousins and them. They like that
18.
kind of stuff. 18. Yeah, I didn't like the 18. I didn't like the 18. I didn't like MacGyver.
I'm
Because,
like,
see, after you get beat up so much, when you
oh
sit around
yeah.
watching those TV shows, you know it's fake. I mean, you wouldn't be punching nobody after that. You'd be laying on the floor bleeding, nigga. I know because I was. There ain't nobody surviving certain hits and stuff. So certain things, if it wasn't real, it used to turn me off. And so those type of shows did. You ain't
Oh,
escaping more than bullets, somebody shooting at you. You getting shot. That's
I
too many bullets.
I used to like the Gremlins. I used to like the movie Willow. Have you ever seen Willow?
No, ma'am.
Yeah, Willow. That's a good one.
I like
Um,
I like the oh my god. The Hobbit. I like
yeah,
the Hobbits and stuff like that.
that was Willow. Willow had hobbits in it,
All
and
right.
uh, what's the movie? Bride. What's the movie with the bride? It's an old movie.
Bride of Frankenstein.
No, not Bride of Frankenstein.
I'm sure. Bride of Chucky's bride.
Princess Princess Bride.
No, never seen that.
Never seen Princess Bride?
No,
That's a
man.
good movie. I used to watch all them movies like Return of the Nerds and
Oh yeah, see, nah, my cousin just recently said to me, Beach Street is a classic. I
it
said,
is, isn't it?
Beach Street ain't no classic. He
Why is it
said,
not?
yeah.
I mean, to our generation, it is. Why not?
Well, see, that's what I'm saying. I couldn't believe it. All right, so once again, I was there. Beach Street didn't represent nobody I grew up around, nobody I knew. So to me, Beach Street was fake. People
Oh,
did. We
okay.
didn't act like that. We didn't act like that. We didn't dress like that. We didn't live
Okay.
like
So
you ever
basically, Beat Street was like the Australian
break dancer.
break dancers. Yeah. Okay.
Did you see the movie Paid in Full?
Yeah.
That was us. That was us 100. Even Boys in the Hood. That was us. See, I could watch movies and rep movies like that because those movies, I wasn't on the West Coast. But when you compare it to Paid in Full and just being us in the hood, yeah,
Right.
that was us. That's how even Fridays is us. How Smokey and them act and talk.
Right.
That's even us in the hood as far as the way I grew up and stuff like that. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? Stuff I
Movies
could.
that are easily relatable to real life situations.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah,
Yes, ma'am.
I agree with that. But okay. So we covered a lot of stuff. I'm getting tired now.
Okay, yes, ma'am. Oh,
And
happy holy day.
happy holiday. We made it tonight. We made it. I realized last week, excuse me, you said happy holy day. It was the next day. I had been to sleep and back up again. I was like, we usually say happy holy day before we get off the show, but we hadn't made it into the AM hours uh on the
Oh, is
last
that what
show.
happened last week?
Yes, that was what was off. We was only on for 3 hours. Or and then we, you know what, we got off and then we continued the conversation
And
off
we
the
still didn't see it. Yes,
and
ma'am.
because what we didn't talk, I don't know, I don't remember we talked about it or not. What happened last week? My computer went bonkers, and
Right.
so I was unable to get on, and so I had to go around and make it happen in other ways. And so I had already sent myself the link to my phone, but I had logged on the tablet, and the tablet, while on the charger, still died in the middle of the show. And so I was on my phone. I had to switch over and come on as a guest on my phone. Remember, I was trying to get back in,
Yes,
and
ma'am.
and so I got in, and so then once I was on my phone, uh I was like, it's just too much going on. Everything was running hot. I was like, okay, we can go ahead and end it. But the conversation wasn't over. And that conversation, we had a really good conversation. It was carried over from what we was talking about online. It was just as free and easy as this conversation has been right here. And so I find that very intriguing that we could be on here for that long and still keep on talking. You know what I'm saying? Like there's always something to
Examine.
examine, or you know what I'm saying, intellectual property to put out there on the table to share, to plant seeds and things like that. Speaking of seeds, here's a peach seed.
Okay, nice.
Yep. So yeah. So but yeah, if we can go ahead and call it a night. I mean,
Well, appreciate love the people who tuned in and the people who
yeah.
wrote in, Brother Jesse, Sister Shay. We wish you well.
Yes.
We don't wish you well. Better health to you, Star Shay. We're not gonna make any wishes or hopes. We're just gonna claim it, right? We're just gonna claim it. So, yeah, good show. Gratitude for your time. We'll
Absolutely.
come back in here again next week and do this again, and bring y'all some more updates and information, and get ready to laugh at the silly things that are going on in the world. And nothing's gonna change if you don't change you.
You don't change you. That's right.
Yeah, you better find something new to do with your life every day to get you up to the next level. So that's what I think. That's what we all doing. Peace and love till next week. Islam, Islam, Islamism.
Islamism and greetings. High heaven and good night. The 42 principles, laws, and orders of Ma'at is the baseline to understand as a matriarchal nation. Daughters of the matriarch represent mothers, grandmothers, and great-grandmothers of righteousness and truth. 42 laws of Ma'at. I will not do wrong. I will not steal. I will not act with violence. I will not kill. I will not act unjustly. I will cause no pain. I will not waste food. I will not lie. I will not desecrate holy places. I will not speak evil. I will not abuse my sexuality. I will not cause the shedding of tears. I will not sow seeds of regret. I will not be an aggressor. I will not act guilefully. I will not lay waste to the plowed land. I will not bear false witness. I will not set my mouth in motion against any person. I will not be wrathful and angry except for a just cause. I will not copulate with a man's wife. I will not copulate with a woman's husband. I will not pollute myself. I will not cause terror. I will not pollute the earth. I will not speak in anger. I will not turn from words of right and truth. I will not utter curses. I will not initiate a quarrel. I will not be excitable or contentious. I will not be prejudiced. I will not be an eavesdropper. I will not overspeak. I will not commit treason against my ancestors. I will not waste water. I will not do evil. I will not be ignorant. I will not blaspheme Neru, the one most high. I will not commit fraud. I will not mistreat children or animals. I will not defraud a temple's offerings. I will not plunder the dead. 42 principles of law and order of Ma'at. See, this is the declaration of innocence when you stand in the day of judgment and your heart is judged to be as light as a feather. Will you pass the test? Have you withstood the laws of Mayat?
42 laws of Mayat.
Good night.
Peace and love, Islamism.
Indeed.